Hello. Hi. It's me, Carl. First, let us open this stream by commemorating everyone who was responsible in the Femdom Wars. Regrettably, just with one day left, Jade came in and saved it for the girls. We're paid up on both the subs and the numbers. So, in September, around my birthday, I will live read to you a sample of some of my writing. Meanwhile, this means we must now find a new name and a new sub-goal for Twitch. I believe we shall return it to our old recompense standard. And we shall name it as the Fund. United Negro Carl Fund. Because remember, a Carl is a very definite thing to waste. I believe for this time we're gonna go for 15. What? Yes. That's nice. You want to put hot dogs and red beans and rice. You want to put hot dogs and red beans and rice. No, mother, they're hot dogs. That came with hot dog buns. I will bring this bag to you, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, and you're going to say, oh, so not the ones you're talking about. I'm lying, I'm wrong, so why didn't I get hot dog buns as well? Which ones are hot dogs? That's what I want to know.
Buns too.
I'm hearing my question. Which ones, by the way, we're live, which ones are hot dogs? That's the question I asked you. So neither of these go in the buns. How did you not answer that the first time I asked you the question? Stop yelling. We're live on air. Because I was going to be Christian with hot dogs. Why would you buy buns if they're not going to go in the buns? I'm asking you. Getting stuck on this thing. Talk about not what I asked you. If these are both, let me make it very simple. If these are both promised, hot red beans and rice, that means there are no meats that go in the hot dog bun. Are you following my logic here? If these are promised for red beans and rice, pay attention and listen. Not what I asked you. You keep telling me these are neither to be used in the hot dog bun. Yes, that means this means it's off the table, right? So what's going in the hot dog bun? Nothing? Mother, you keep answering something that I didn't ask you. Mother, stop telling me what I ever said. I'm asking you. Going in red beans and rice. Yes. Some is not what I asked you. All or is it none? No. Is it all? Are all of them going in it, and there will none be used for hot dogs? Or are some of them going in it? In which case, identify which ones are going into the hot dog. I don't care what she said. I'm asking you. I don't know what I asked you. The hot dog bun. Don't you tell me what I need to know. Because I want to know which of these packages can I open. We were looking at them 4 each. There's 8 total. Which ones can I open? I'm yelling it. Yes, this is very important. No! How hard was that? That's not an answer. Some is not an answer. 1 is an answer. 2 is an answer. 3 is an answer. 4 is an answer. Some is nebulous. I can't quantify some. Making questions a lot harder for yourself than they actually are. Yes, you are. What did we just have a conversation about? I'm not being dramatic. I'm asking you a very serious question for the purposes of resource gathering and reservation. An answer of some does not tell me how many I used. So I used 4, and then you yelled at me. Said, why did you use that? You said I could use some. Why didn't need that money? I'm trying to stop an argument in the future before it starts. I don't know. What is the rest of the food? A delivery has come. Yes, and yes. You know how I answered that question immediately and I quantified what we're talking about? And did you notice what I just did? See the difference between how we gather information? No, that's how anyone would gather information. No, not everybody's me. Technically. Establishing a number, establishing what is in that number, telling you what has arrived, you telling me what you thought was here. If everybody can't do that, I'm concerned for everybody, Mother. Not a lot. I mean, you have a coconut milk that is unopened that you haven't used for months, and coconut milk that probably has a cup left in it. I'm washing them. They're done, they'll be brought to you, but I always tell you they are. Anything else you'd like to know? Anything else you'd like to know? That's not something you need to know. That's something... Take out the plastic. Hey. There you are. side of you so that it lands on a soft, comforting mattress. That's not going to cause a problem. There will be no accident because I try not to make mistakes. No, I do not know it all. I try to know what I need to know. And if there's something I don't know, I learn. Anything else you'd like to know? Wonderful. Please stop talking back. No! Please stop talking back. Mother, I can still hear you in my bedroom. Please stop talking back. Hello. Yes, start crossing off the bingo blitz. By the way, we have bingo now! Why does that keep... Why is? How do? Oh, it's because it's full screen. It would be because it's full screen. So, first up on the docket, as already explained, since there's more people here now, the goal has been met. There is no prize for bingo. The prize is that everything happened and it has been a successful VsChat. How's that? First off, Femdom has been secured for the girls. It'll be right on the birthday. Secondly, we're setting the new goal. I don't know why they're so terrified of me naming this Negro, but an asterisk in it. They literally have made it so that if you have any permutation of the word Negro in the sentence, it actively refuses to allow you to set a new goal. My God, Twitch, please, uncurl your panties. Sweet God, sweet gracious, please. I promise you, if I use a word that is used in the name of a well-known organization to be able to promote myself, that nothing wrong will happen. Thirdly, we have bingo. One of our members has put together, I will show it to you, has put together a bingo board for everybody to participate in. It is inside of Carl posting. And it looks like this. If I can get to the correct window. It looks like this. You got a lot of nice things on here. I'll even go into the bigger screen. Got a lot of nice things on here. I use this one. You can see we've got White Guilt and Savior Complex, Member of BreadTube, Siggy D, The Racism, Maidenless Behavior, Carl Bustin' Nuts, Staten Sexual Orientation, a +4 hour runtime, history lessons that are pointless and false from the presented content for the purposes of serving a narrative, rebuilding the content using language that makes them think they look smarter, Carl talking with mom, go ahead and check that one off, misinformation, Free Space's Chipmunk Mike, Tales from the Fed Sex Worker Days, Ard R, Cuck, Low Jobs and Swallow Jokes, Hardcap, forgetting a point that was made previously in the video earlier from the piece of content, Fatherless Behavior, citing a study that has no value that would make Aiden rage, fundamentally misunderstood basic concepts, feminisms, and the honorary NSDAP mention, as well as Trump.
If you want to make more of these boards so that everybody has a version to go off of, that's up to you, my friend. Unfortunately, if I make them, nobody will get a bingo. This is just how this is gonna go. If I make the board, no one's getting a bingo. So, go ahead and find yourself things. And settle and tucker yourselves in for some food. Do what you can, do what you want. Do what you want with my body. But only on Tuesdays. Only on Tuesdays. And prepare yourself for some bullshit of the highest degree. And as always, we are live at all platforms and sources. And before we begin today's content, if you would like to be able to fund this kind of bigotry on your platforms, please consider giving a wonderful sub and donation and follow to YouTube, Twitch, Subscribestar, and Ko-fi.com/SinglePlayerCarl, and support United Negroid Carl Fund, because a Carl is a horrible thing to waste. Alright, let's get into the shits. Let me even get it up on the correct side. Okay. Harvey, that's fucked up. He had an idea. Instead of calling you Big Bro, call it Negro. That's wild, bro. Bro, that's wild. Alright. Let us begin.
Good morning.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Lichelle, and this Barbie loves to talk shit.
Damn, that's great, Lichelle. I'm Carl. And this kid loves to talk shit too.
It's so funny to me how a movie catered towards little children based on a plastic doll is somehow still too difficult for some people to understand.
I think it's cute that even when your size of channel is literally under double digits, we will still use the Visco Girl, Hype Beast, vocabulary, phrenology, and language to try to talk shit about a topic that, quite frankly, is bullshit. I'll let you know what it is when we get there, Barbie. Ken's gotta cook.
I mean, sure, the message towards the end may have gotten a bit more philosophical, but
Then that means that you can't say, what was that again?
Barbie is somehow still too difficult.
That it's difficult, okay? If it's difficult, that implies the message and how to understand it is easy. If the message is easy to consume and condense, kind of like having a conversation about the quantity of food one can consume, then it means that everybody can understand it. I hand it to you on a piece of paper. I tell you, tell me the difference between this and this. If you can't tell the difference between them, that means it's more complex, not simplistic. Okay? Either the whole thing is easy to understand, there are parts of it that are easy to understand, and then something that is really difficult, or all of it's difficult. But we've already gone out the way, and we've decided to set the standard that it's all easy to get. So, Barbie, what are we doing? What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
For some people to understand.
Additionally, if I may, I would like to point out, just because something is quote-unquote for children, doesn't mean it cannot have a subtext that is easy to miss, especially for metaphorical children as well as literal.
I mean,
some of the finest children content do have such thing.
I mean, that goes without saying. It's so common that we don't have to say it anymore because everybody understands it, because most of the people would say, well, it's for children, therefore we shouldn't try. No, you should try, because you're always going to have adults, because it's not just the children telling mommy and daddy to buy the toys. It's also the people who put their money behind it that would want to do it. Unironically, a point of the film that makes this clear, because it wasn't really made in a way that would make it straightforward. If the message was, men are bad, patriarchy is shit, they're hypocritical, this is what you do to us, is in the film, when the Barbie CEO, as played by Will Ferrell, and the room of his entourage are learning about what's happening in Barbie Land and how what's happening with the Kens is directly affecting the sales of the Mojo Dojo Casa House. If the film were on that bullshit, to make it as simplistic as man bad, woman good, woman must fight, grrr, the CEOs, as soon as they heard, oh wait, the Mojo Dojo Casa Houses are selling bankrupts and are actually selling more than the Barbie Dream House? Business is booming, baby. We ain't got a problem. That's what would have happened if it was supposed to be very straightforward. The Barbie's got to put things in order because it's not in the natural order. That would have been what was smart. That would have been honest. That would have been true. That would have possibly been the easiest way to do it, because then you could have, well, the Kens are unironically an issue. They have to be handled because they're destroying the natural order. Who knows what would happen to the Barbies if the Kens actually came into power and turned Barbie Clan into the Kenocracy. Also, Kenocracy. Get it on some t-shirts, boys. Slap my face on it. It's merch. I am tired of hearing it. And I say this not as a Rider fan, and I say it not as a Ranger fan, and I say it not as a Toku fan, but I say it as a media enjoyer. We must do better than it's for kids. Because if it's always for kids, therefore it's never deserving of anything, then we just should go ahead and get rid of the ESRB. Unironically, we should, because that's already great. But we should get rid of the ESRB, we should get rid of watchdog organizations, we should get rid of safeguards, because nothing matters. What's the point of protecting kids? What's the point of protecting adults? What's the point of protecting immature individuals, regardless of age, regardless of consumption? If everything should just be easy to get, because, bro, fucking who cares? It's made for kids. Just throw everything at the wall. Just let people who shouldn't make things now. And when it fails, don't say, I can't believe we didn't have some basic decency, morals, ethics, values, and standards. Instead, just say, bro, it didn't do good because, shit, it was made for kids. It was a great product because it was made for kids. It was a great product because it was made for man-children. That's all that matters. That's all that really matters, right? When it's something that you don't like, say, ugh, the man babies, the misogynists did it. When it's something that you do like, but it's being criticized fairly, why do you care? It's made for kids! You see, we're getting it, chat! We're getting it! Yeah!
Sure, the message towards the end may have gotten a bit more philosophical, but it's not like we're dealing with rocket science or whatever.
Listen, guys, the differences and the phrenological understanding on a sociologic level, words are hard, between the sexes, it's not fucking rocket science, okay? The man comes to the Mojo Dojo Casa House. The woman says, "Hello, honey, how are you?" Gives him the complimentary welcome home blowjob. Gets 2 brewskis out. What's the game? What you mean? But seriously, it's not hard to talk to the sexes and to be able to work together. I know I'm making jokes out the gate. What do you expect of me? But unironically, the thing that should make this easy for anyone to understand when it comes to the Barbie's entire put together of the film is that the Barbie Land is supposed to be this representation of an inverted feminism that represents the matriarchy. All the women are in charge doing all the jobs, and all the Kens have to do is beach. All they have to do is stand there, look pretty, and receive acknowledgement. And when the women don't want them around, they dismiss them, effectively no longer exist. They disappear from existence. And of concern, because out of sight, out of mind. If your first knee-jerk reaction to this, alright, if you're a normal human being, is to say, oh my god, that's so fucked up, how could you do that? And a bunch of fucking smarmy people in the room get this look on their face, gotta go for the extreme close-up. That's how you know you wrote a bad film. Because if you stand there and say, well, see, that's the point. This is how you treat us. The question I'm going to ask you is, then why is it that all of these women continue behaving as though these people aren't people? Are you implying that this is how normal women behave? That they also don't treat men like they're people? And that they should treat men like dogs that should be told sit and stay? Now, there are some people who are crazy enough to say yes, but I believe normal people would be like, well, probably not, because I don't think I want my dad to act like that. Although there are some women who definitely would, especially if they're being childish enough. But there are probably some people who would be like, I don't want my brother to act like that. I don't want my husband to act like that. I don't want my son to act like that. Extrapolate this out further, and don't just think of the random fucking guy off the street, if he's homeless or not, and actually men in your life. Suddenly, actually, maybe we shouldn't treat men like dismissible slaves that don't have emotions. Maybe if we treat them like human beings, they won't become, you know, would-be dictators that just want a little bit of freedom and to be acknowledged. Yeah. But you know, being acknowledged for your actual merits and not for the resources that you provide and the things that you do, that's what a chud thinks. I think that's what the girls would say. That's what the girlies would do.
Or is thinking about a world outside of yourself too big for that little boy brain of yours? Is that...
Aw, is making better jokes without having to have sound effects too hard for that empty Barbie hand of yours?
why you want to jump on Elon's mini rocket so badly?
I don't want to ride on Elon's mini rocket. I wouldn't even suck Elon's mini rocket for $100. For $1 billion. For $1 billion, I would make sure that that rocket not only lands on Mars, but flies all the way through Jupiter. Talk about a gas giant. Talk about a gas giant!
As a film in this video, it has been over 3 weeks since Barbie the movie premiered, and the general response has been
generous response. Let's not pause any. Let her finish.
Overwhelmingly positive. And
no, it was overwhelmingly positive before they watched the film. Then after they watched the film, it was a split opinion because they watched the film and came away with a different understanding than what they were expecting. Especially when America Ferrera stood up and said, "It's so hard to be a woman." But we'll save that for later.
And well deserved at that. It's received rave reviews from critics and...
If I may, this is something that's been making me thinking. With how the movie was marketed and how stealthy the message was, it makes me think, what if the Hollywood is going to take a lesson from this and make sure that the message is going to be completely off the marketing, etc., and only once the movie releases will we see the floodgates open?
Well, it is a rug pull in that sense. And they love rug pulls. Rug pulls mean all they all have to do is put together what looks like not aggressive in-your-face information, marketing deals in multiple places around the world, but in the Western Hemisphere, specifically localized in the US, what they put together is effectively never-ending ads that don't show any of the later parts of the film. Basically, don't show anything that happens in the chase scene dealing with the Barbie ghost of the creator. Don't show any of the particular important parts of the later plot to rescue Barbie Land. Don't show your hand. Definitely don't have anything to do with that speech inside there. And just make it look like it's gonna be dolls doing things inside the doll world. Until eventually then they do enter the real world and get involved and do things. And you know, like have a little shitting on the product of the Bratz by having the Bratz represented by 4 teenage girls at a table talking shit to Barbie because it was created by an ex-Mattel employee. Which for some reason, those of you who actually saw that on the timeline, somebody actually unironically decided to go in and be like, "No, Carl, it is not possible for someone to make a film and talk shit about a product that is to a rival company because they got a lawsuit and they got sued. They wouldn't take a risk like that.
They would.
They would. They literally would. All the time. It would cost them nothing to do it because they did exactly what they already did. They put the 4 girls there. They all give them the names of the dolls. And they're talking shit to Barbie. So the brats are ragging Barbie. And they don't have to say, it's the Bratz dolls. You just learn by having this thing called media literacy and understanding it inherently. Because what is the point of having a scene where 4 girls, particularly led by one girl who is related and is the child of the mother who is the inciting incident of the plot of the film, what is the purpose of her to look at Barbie and spew feminist jargon at her? Never got corrected, by the way, for the entirety of the runtime of the film. Never once was she ever corrected on stop being a little asshole. No one ever corrected her. Not once. Not even in the post-credit scene, where she's talking to her dad who wants to learn how to speak Spanish and says, Dad, you can't use Spanish, that's cultural appropriation in a Mexican-American family! Carl, what are you doing? You're not engaging your kinergy. True kins wouldn't get upset and angry at garbage rhetoric. Smile and wave, boys. We smile and wave.
And it broke box office records, with Greta Gerwig becoming the highest grossing female director for a solo movie. And its impact onto...
So the result of a rug pull. You tell people that your film's going to be a film. You know, it's not gonna be political directives. It's not gonna be The Witcher Season 3 Parts 1 and 2. You set out to make good things, not bad things. And then when they get into film, and they've already paid money, and you have embargoes on the reviews, so nobody can learn 1 hour after the film's been made. They're not live tweeting about it, like individuals like myself and Jay would. Once the rug pull has been achieved and you already have their cash, who fucking cares what you have to say then? We can just run the headlines, roll the clips, roll on 1, roll on 2, execute everybody. Because who cares what has to be said about the actual longevity of the film and whether or not it will actually stand the test of time. We have the sales, therefore blockbuster. Because money's the only, it's the only line that matters, right? Yes.
Except with the rug pulls often, what happens next is when the next product in line comes out, the sales drastically drop. Why? Because people learn about it.
I mean, it wouldn't just be the next time they produce a product, nobody will show up. It would be that the next time, much like everybody should have seen, no one's going to support the product because they're going to expect another rug pull because they always play follow the leader. And again, they're going to look at the person, they're going to look at the director, they're going to look at the way that they rate about it, they're going to look at the interviews, and they're going to say, I'm not going to put my money behind it. It's more or less what would happen.
Today's pop culture has been so palpable online. Like, everyone has been hyping up this Barbenheimer double feature for months, and people even dressed up for the occasion. So yeah, it's safe to say that Barbie has easily become a cult classic overnight.
Pause. That's not what cult classic means. A cult classic is something that people shunned and ignored and critically panned when it was released, but over the years, as it's been time to be able to absorb itself into the zeitgeist, it then becomes a defining feature, if not a ensemble feature of a generation or of a concept. To say that The Craft is a cult classic is true, not just because every single red-blooded male, especially an African-American male, wanted to nail Fairuza Balk, but also because it is something that probably wouldn't have been quite gotten by people then, but with the amount of people who particularly engage in the emo goth lifestyle, if not in the emo goth fashion and culture. Culture meaning they don't just dress up in the clothes, but act like a fucking valley girl. They actually have the interests that would be of that of somebody who would dress in such a way. it should be obvious to you then that is what a cult classic would be. To say Romeo and Juliet, the film starring Nick DiCaprio, and I forgot the actress who's Juliet, but has Louise, I forgot his goddamn last name, starts with a G, Luigi in the Super Mario film, that guy. John Leguizamo? There we go. Him showing up as Casperio and him doing his whole fucking stick with the guns. That is a cult classic. Whether or not people like that version of the play, that is a cult classic. There are a lot of things that could be counted as a cult classic, but Barbie coming out, it hasn't been out long enough to be considered a cult classic. And even if you wanted to say it was a cult classic amongst a specific sector of the internet, it's not popular amongst them because the film's good. It's popular amongst them because it says what they want to hear and it repeats their talking points and their rhetoric. But again, that's just this Ken. Yes.
I just want to say the actress that played Juliet was Claire Danes.
Why couldn't I remember that? She was probably babyface then, so I don't recognize Claire. And Claire Danes has a very specific dough face that she does that doesn't look like her adult dough face. It's the same dough face that every white woman can do. The deer in the headlights. I think the more common one that people probably recognize now is Ashley Williams, the antagonist of Get Out, but one of the side characters of Girls. Once they get over a certain age, adult actresses no longer remind me of their child performances. So, yeah.
Right, but that, of course, does not make it
into an ice cream cone or
the
something.
fragile ego of a
She's
certain
speaking
kind of
into
audience.
she's speaking into a phone, I'm assuming, if it's not a self-handulated microphone. There are microphones that are like that.
It's a phone covered in a sock.
Yes. This is what we like to call a low-tech trick. Again, I was not joking. Her account has less than 100 subs. So she's using a low-tech trick. She's using a low-tech trick that anybody can do to make the phone microphone on your cell phone better. So I'm assuming she's using this. Yes, I'm assuming she's using the audio track as that recording she's making as she's talking on a camera. Because I have to assume she's talking to a webcam.
Because how dare that girls get anything just for them?
So let's listen to that.
Months, and people even dressed up for the occasion. So yeah, it's safe to say that Barbie has easily become a cult classic overnight, but that of course does not make it immune to the fragile ego of a certain kind of audience. Because how dare that girls get anything just for them?
Men are fragile because how dare they criticize a piece of media for the media and what it entails inside of it? Because why can't women just get things? Why can't women just be allowed to enjoy things?
Going by that logic, technically every single woman complaining about girls having bikinis in games has fragile ego, which in a way they do.
I mean, yes, but it's not about being fair. It's about being able to whine and then say, "Why? Like, well, what about the women?" It's the same thing we always see, and we'll never not stop seeing. In this case, it's less the feminisms and more femininity. And why can't femininity just be allowed to exist? Why does your masculine energy feel threatened by our femininity? But that's the wrong way to categorize it. It's not being threatened, it's that people are witnessing what you're doing. Because it's not just men, it's men and the women who disagree with you. The women who disagree with you, and the men as a whole cluster, because there is no such thing as men that agree with you, because if there are men that agree with you, those are just men doing it correctly. In which case, those aren't really men in your eyes, women. We know that you don't see them as men, because they have fully cut themselves to you. So they're harmless dogs. I said that earlier. They're harmless dogs to you, so they're not really men. They're male, but they're not men.
To be fair, we're not considering them as men either.
I mean, we acknowledge that they are male and they have the potential to become men, but until they choose to actualize that potential, we do not count them as men. They are recognized for their gender, but not granted a position on the council.
Also, while I'm at it, I'm going to cross the feminisms from the bingo.
Oh yeah.
Movie was marketed, and
Window.
How dare that anyone who isn't a cis man get anything in this world? Now,
Let's play that back. Let's not pause any. Let's say the whole sentence.
so palpable online. Like, everyone has been hyping up this Barbenheimer double feature, but that of course does not make it immune to the fragile ego of a certain kind of audience. Because how dare that girls get anything just for them? How dare that anyone who isn't a cis man get anything in this world? Now, ratings and
How dare women not be allowed to enjoy things? How dare cis men not be given the world in a golden spoon in their mouth? So, by defining that you're talking about cisgendered men, you are clearly ascribing a political ideology to the people that are criticizing you. And I'm sorry to tell you, they're not cis. Not all of them. I'm not even cis! And I wouldn't even identify as cis if I was. Because not only am I bisexual, what does my sexual orientation and my sexual proclivities have to do with your film being dog shit? Because I have testicles and a penis, but occasionally I like to suck dick, does that mean that I can now have a valid opinion? Am I allowed to criticize your film because I don't simply eat vagina? I do still do that! I am definitely a card-carrying vegetarian. But am I allowed to criticize your film now that I'm bisexual, by the very least, if not pansexual? Am I allowed to have an opinion of your film that you will now listen to? Because, wait! Before you tell me that I'm a cis, you should know I had your boyfriend buying behind the studio at 10. So can I say that the film was bad? It's that simple. It's not like I'm expecting you to sit down and listen to a 4-hour review. I'm asking you, am I allowed to say, I don't personally like it, but if you like it, that's fine. Am I allowed to say that? No? Still cisgendered piss baby? Damn! We're never meeting these obligations!
reviews are super arbitrary and should never reflect what a movie is and what your opinion may be.
Reviews should never reflect the criticism of the film. Let's make sure we heard that correctly.
Get immune to the fragile ego of a certain kind of audience. Because how dare that girls get anything just for them? How dare that anyone who isn't a cis man get anything in this world? Now, ratings and reviews are super arbitrary and
Ratings and reviews are super arbitrary.
should never reflect what a movie is and
they should never reflect what a movie is.
what your opinion may be.
And what your opinion may be. Reviews
fundamentally misunderstand basic concept. Check.
Reviews are a individual's perspective and opinion upon the source material. Oh, whoa. They got 100 bits. Just waving and saying hello. Thank you. A review is a written or video recorded response in the format of their raw opinions after having watched the film. To use an example, if Brad Jones were to give a off-the-cuff review after literally watching a film at a dollar matinee at midnight, or using AMC's stub program to get an early viewing of a feature, and then went out to the car, set up the camera, and just filmed their response, the entirety of that length of time, from start to end, is the review. While you could say, if I did a review and he did a review and we both watch our reviews after having filmed them but we have different opinions, then yes, we can arbitrarily say that they have two different through lines. But the main ideas that we talk about, regardless of how subjectively we observe them, objectively came from the material that we just consumed. I'm not reading that, but I acknowledge that, Aqua. So, if I say, I understand what the film's saying, but I don't appreciate it because it spends a lot of time shitting on concepts and ideas, it's very confused. Am I supposed to take the film serious, or is it supposed to be a parody that's tongue-in-cheek and in on the joke? Because if it's in on the joke, it's telling me things that aren't in on the joke, and I'm trying to have it both ways. And Brad says, this film, it's so good, it even beat out Caligula! It's my new personal favorite! That'll never happen. Brad Jones loves Caligula. It is an example of a categorical misunderstanding of what a review is supposed to be. If I review Barbie, and Jay reviews Barbie, and Mahler reviews Barbie, and Nerdrotic reviews Barbie, if Friday Night Tights as a group reviews Barbie, each of those reviews are going to be objective in the sense that they are talking about the film and its contents. While they can subjectively focus on whatever piece of media and whatever talking points they have in their considerable outline of the thesis of what they have the review about, that is still a fucking review! You don't get to say, this review is not a review because I don't like it! That's all that amounts to! It's like saying, I don't like this stream. I just noticed I have the wrong title card on. Don't worry, I'm gonna fix that in a second. Boop. Bada bing, boop, pow. There we go. If you were to say, I don't like this stream of Carl's, I pressed the button. I don't like this stream of Carl's. Carl's stream is not like what I want it to be. It's still a stream. You don't have to watch it. Don't let your kids watch it! And definitely don't let them give their money. But it's still gonna happen, right? Just because you say, I don't like this person's review, people are still gonna read that review. And if they use that review to gauge their enthusiasm and curb it or hype it before they go to watch the film, then that means that review has done its market job, which is not to replace the content of the film, but to give people an idea of what they're going to expect going into it. It's like going to Spark app and using the Spark Notes to read a book, like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. If you read a plot synopsis of the book, that's not the same thing as having consumed the film. So if you say, I don't like reviews, this is what I'm assuming you're doing it for, we're gonna find out if I'm right. If you go to the film, and you use the film basis to justify what it is that you're saying, and you're thinking, and you're explaining. If you go to read a book, let's use a personal favorite of mine, Sprout. It's a book about a kid who's gay, and he has relationships with people around him, and he reacts to information as that film, as the book itself is going on. I don't know if they actually made the film. They were supposed to have made the film. It's being told from the point of view of the character, and how he's getting involved in these things. How he's involved with a girl, how he's involved with a male bully, who also happens to be a little bit gay, how he gets involved with a new kid, who's very gay, and how all of his relationships between those three characters to himself relate to each other. If I read a synopsis of this, it's not the same as having read the book directly. Let's use another one that everybody's probably read at some point, Crank! The kind of like halfway true biography, halfway not true, based on a true story, fictional story, of a woman author's daughter's experience of drugs. An ironic true story about how her daughter did get involved in drugs, had a whole kid about it and everything too, and then eventually had a sequel written to it, and more and more and more. If you read the notes of that, same thing there. No matter what we read a review about, even when I eventually get my hands on Baldur's Gate, and I put all my hands all over Baldur's Gate and all of your females, and some of your males too. Once I get my hands on it, I make a review of it, Same thing that I can say about the review of that game is the same thing I can say about the review of this film. The same thing I can say about the review of any piece of content. Okay? Okay. Alright. Hope we understand that. Don't make that mistake again, man. Like, don't make that mistake again, Barbie. Otherwise, Ken will have to put you in the Mojo Dojo Casa house.
About it. So don't take this video as an attack if you simply found the movie to be just okay. Like,
okay, so the standard is don't take my video to be an attack. Don't take my criticism of the criticism to be an attack if you found the film just okay. Okay.
that's fine if you're not super passionate about it, but
If you're not super passionate about it, it is not an attack. But
I am so sorry that you have no taste.
so she's already insulting you. You don't even get to not be passionate. If you're not passionate, she's still shitting on you. No one is safe. No one is safe.
But I do think there is something to be said about the people who are hating on Barbie for
Oh, now she's talking about us, boys. She's talking about us, kins.
all the wrong reasons.
All the wrong reasons. And immediate smash cut to Hari Neff. Wonderful. Okay, so we're using the transgender actress as a shield at this current exact moment. Okay, let's hear what the TikTok has to say.
The Barbies is a trans Barbie, and this is treated totally normally, as though this is a female Barbie.
With a voice again deeper than my own.
You're telling me
Realistically, not quite. Hari Neff's portrayal of the transgender Barbie is quite literally possibly the only piece of comedic outlet in the film besides Weird Barbie, as portrayed by, I forgot her name, lesbian actress number 369 from SNL's writing room. Somebody will tell me in the audience chat.
I can tell you right now, it's Kate McKinnon.
Yes. Kate McKinnon's Weird Barbie is unironically the most sincere character in the film, by far. And the reason why she's the most sincere is because we expect the joke to be, haha, look, she looks weird and disgusting and stupid. Because when they released, because they always do this whenever a film gets made and they want to like have a personality quiz, crack that whip, boy! Ah! When they make personality tests, they always make these for films like this, and when I saw the ones that they chose to make for Barbie, the Weird Barbie categorization was actually defined as Gymnast Barbie. Which, okay, she's kind of super flexible and shit. Whatever. Weird Barbie's character is supposed to be the Barbie that teaches the girls about the real world. Girls as in Barbies in this case. She is the Barbie that tells you, I can fix you, and you can ignore the issues that are causing you to become a defect, or you can venture into the real world, find the girl that you are supposed to be with, and figure out how to settle her issues so that the weirdness that is affecting you doesn't make you into me. Which, that'd be weird because a Weird Barbie is made by playing with a Barbie too hard and doing a bunch of shit that only can be done to a Barbie if you're, like, really rough handling it. Like cutting off pieces of its hair, burning it, giving it mismatched clothes, stretching the legs out really weirdly, which everybody does, because who doesn't do that to things? I did that to Power Ranger figures. Shit! If it wasn't meant to be pulled like that, it shouldn't have bendable, posable points and joints. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Carl, you just gave me an idea for a slavery-themed parody of Devo's Whip It.
Don't finish that sentence on Twitch. Don't finish that sentence on Twitch.
I know you're on Twitch, so I'm not going to go into depth, but I'll link some videos down in the description. Put that in for a Siggy D reference.
So, like...
Put that one for the bingo.
So, like, you're not allowed to have an opinion about Hari Neff because, supposedly, no one can talk about transgender Barbie. Back to what I was saying. Gymnast Barbie, Weird Barbie, is probably the most understandable character in the entirety of Barbie Land. Because if her Barbie is supposed to be connected to somebody, because remember, all the Barbies are, and all the Kens are as well, but only in this story where we're focusing on that particular Barbie. Stereotypical Barbie. That's literally her name. She is literally just Barbie. She's not a occupation Barbie. She's not a movement Barbie. She's not a concept Barbie, which would be Midge. Pregnant Barbie Midge, by the way, is supposed to be a pregnant Barbie that was a part of a happy home life, of which the side character that is supposed to be her husband character is Alan. That's why Alan's there. Alan's supposed to be the husband that is the father of the pregnant Barbie child. They just decided to make Midge a shit character to have as a joke, also because Michael Cera. So, when they gave that viewpoint of Alan is the only person in Barbie Land who matters because he wouldn't stand up to the Kens, it's because he's not a Ken. He's not a Ken. He's not a stereotypical person who exists to be an occupation or to be a boyfriend. He is literally supposed to be the husband. And thus, he is the upstanding idea, separated from the political concept, of what we would call a stereotypical dude bro, a stereotypical non-political male, and a white ally who gets it. That's what they're doing with Alan there. But if Gymnast Barbie, Weird Barbie, is the most human character, I would say one of the up there non-familial characters is transgender Barbie. Not going to be an asshole and say, it's just a Ken in disguise. The character literally exists for a spit take. At any moment that you need a pregnant pause filled by weird, autistic laughter as a laugh track, Aria Neff is going to drop her voice, use her male voice, and have a really dumb reaction. I think 3 times total in the film. In particular situations, her entire character exists to scream, "Oh my god!" Just for a bit. Which I find annoying, but the character probably gives the most meaningful line throughout the entirety of the film, which I don't think was meant to be in the case the character that Neff is playing, but instead just, "Hey, yo, I don't feel like I'm really fulfilling my role here, because I just exist to be comic relief." If Issa Rae's President Barbie is to anything to go by, I don't think Hari Neff liked the role very much in this film. But, you know, you gotta play your role when you're playing those cards. Anyways, going forward.
That a 39-year-old shrimp below 6 foot took the time to pay for a ticket, dressed up as Ken, sat through all 2 hours of the movie, then went to his own studio, which was also decorated in pink, by the way, and proceed to spend the length of the movie to talk about how much he hated it.
Say it with me, guys.
Hey,
Long man bad! Long man bad! Long man bad! Long man bad! Long man bad.
Also, I just want to say I appreciate the dedication on Ben's side.
A reviewer goes to watch a film. They do the exact same thing all the people involved did. The girl's dressed up for Barbenheimer. The boy's dressed up for Barbenheimer. He goes to Barbenheimer. He watches Barbie. I assume he also watched Barbenheimer at some point. Because, you know, what's the point of not watching Oppenheimer? They watch the film. They then go back home to their professional studio. And they give their cultural critique of the film they just consumed and watched. Because a review is going to talk about more than just simple platitudes that are being interjected, perceived, understood, or discussed inside the film proper, a review is going to be, depending on the content style, longer or shorter than the film itself in length. Now, this is a long man bad because specifically the criticism is he went home and spent more time talking about the film than the film's runtime. He's not talking just about the film and its plot and its synopses. He's talking about the film. He's talking about the news reaction to the film. He's talking about the other reviews that have been made about the film. He's talking about the criticisms of the film and the criticisms of the reviews of the film and the criticisms of the reviews of the reviews of the film, of the film's reviews. They're doing a lot more than just talking about the film. And regardless of whether or not you like it or not, it does not undo the criticisms of his review or his opinion of the review. I told you we're going to come back to it. It is not a good look. You guys have to move past Jenny Nicholson getting upset about EFAP, okay? This shit is cringe now. It's been over 4 years. You gotta move past it. They've literally already celebrated the anniversary, the 5th year anniversary of EFAP. You guys gotta move past this. You gotta get over it. I promise you, if you get over it and you stop it with the long man bad, you'll learn that the problem with most criticism isn't it's long, it's that they're long and they're talking of nothing of substance. Or they're talking, it's long, there's nothing of substance, and you don't like the fact there's nothing of substance because you're bored by what you're seeing. If you find Ben Shapiro boring, by all means. But you don't get to say, long man bad, and then wipe your hands clean. You have to do a little bit more. You gotta behave, you gotta interact, you gotta engage. You need to criticize. You gotta react harder! Insert buzzword.
In the name of science, and as an advocate for girl math, I actually added up.
Girl math? What's girl math? Is that different from, like, boy calculus? Man trigonometry? Female rocket science?
The total running time from all 6 videos, and it comes up to 2 hours 48 minutes. So not exactly thrice the length of the movie, but
It wasn't exactly 3 times the length, guys, but still, long man bad.
I think he probably makes up the last hour for all the times he was being a little bitch. Like, I'm not an idiot. I know that Ben Shapiro has always been a clout chaser and is clearly just trying.
Ben Shapiro is a clout chaser, and he's just trying to talk about a piece of media that is currently in the zeitgeist and was a current topic and a current event during its release date. How dare they make content about something that was just released? You should wait a year and then dress up to go watch the film on the dollar matinee after it's already out of circulation of the theaters. How dare you?
Trying to get a reaction for views, but
now he's gonna get a reaction for views. I see. A person whose entire content is about the zeitgeist and the conversation of culture is just clout chasing to get views for their content to have them sign up for their business of their podcast and subscription service. Yes! Sorry, headphones users. Yes. That is literally his job. If you would say it's a part of his job, and while it might not be the single thing that is a part of that process, break out the slurs. Even if you wanted to say, hey, his review, I didn't think it was very good, therefore he's grifting for attention. He's a media figure. His job is to command attention. Your job is to command attention. My job is to command attention. It's not just command attention and look pretty, wink boys, but also to have a point to what we are setting out to do. Today's stream is setting out to understand why you have an issue with, well, issues, I guess. We'll find out. Maybe we have to go all the way back to remedial high school and understand, 9th grade literature standards. Because apparently we ain't beating the MLA format tonight, boys. But my job is to entertain and educate. Entertainment, education, edutainment. Edutainment of media, literacy, and criticisms. Edutainment, literacy, and criticisms. Critique and reviewing topics. Critical review over things that we are conceiving as we think them. Critical thinking! Oh my god! We're bringing out the hub with this one! Boys! We're getting out of here with this one! God damn, we just broke the fucking mold!
And you might have broken the sound barrier too, because my ears are starting to ring.
I swear, ain't nobody ever heard of this shit before. Roger Ebert, eat your fucking heart out!
It's It's so silly how he's capitalizing on it so much.
I'm not gonna pause any of this, but let's really address what's being understood here, right? Right now, the problem is, how dare a media figure talk about a piece of media that was just released, and how dare that person do that for longer than the runtime of the media in which they have consumed? Right? And your response to that is this.
Chaser and is clearly just trying to get a reaction for views, but it's so silly how he's capitalizing on it so much. He literally has 6 videos about how this feminist garbage is taking over cinema. Like,
blink, 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 blink. Somebody should do an edit, you know? Just the Barbie blinks, the Ken blinks back. Blink, 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 blink.
You look at me, and I look at him. He looks at me, and I look at him.
He's capitalizing on the media attention on the film. Therefore, clout chaser. So if he doesn't talk about the film, unironically, if he doesn't talk about the film while it is going through syndication, therefore he is then not a clout chaser. That's very backwards thinking. He's not allowed to criticize it when it's being talked about and is a part of the zeitgeist. He should only be allowed to talk about it when it's no longer relevant. And the women have been allowed to, quote, have their fun. Because remember, that's the problem. The wrong people are having the wrong opinions while the film's in release, and why can't they just go outside and touch grass? Why are they allowed to feel things? Why are media figures allowed to criticize works? And why are they allowed to talk about concepts? And why are they allowed to talk about understandings that they walked away with in the film? Why are they not just letting the film exist? Which they are by, you know, not destroying every single physical copy of the works in question. And also engaging the process of reviewing them. Why are they allowed to do all of these things? Why can't they just let women enjoy things? Which they're not preventing them from doing, because the women are still allowed to enjoy them. They can literally do this thing called logging off the internet. And by doing so, suddenly all of those voices and all of those criticisms that you're complaining about disappear from your point of view. Because out of sight, out of mind. But you, instead of, how dare you have a review, and you trying to remove the person and their criticism from your viewpoint, you remove yourself from the giant pool you inserted yourself into, so you ain't gotta have a stank face about it. But you see, that's this very weird, archaic concept that all of the Barbies believe don't exist. Accountability. Self-accountability. Can't do that. No Barbie has ever understood how to follow that philosophy. Now, there are a bunch of child Barbies who aren't recognized as a part of the female council, who understand how to take accountability for themselves and their actions, but the council Barbies, they haven't figured that one out. It eludes them to this day.
Do you not have any other hobbies?
Oh, see, now it's, how dare you invest yourself in doing something that you might care about or at least want to capitalize on? Don't you have hobbies? Shouldn't you go do those hobbies instead of talking about this film? What's wrong with you? What, wait, you don't have anything better to do with your time? Huh?
Oh, Ben, just admit that no one wanted to watch
I have a
Oppenheimer
feeling that
with you.
if we went through this girl's hobbies, we would have a repeat of She-Hulk when that one girl was ragging on a guy for collecting shoes as it's got to be, while we only ever saw her drinking at a bar as her quote-unquote hobby.
I find it I find it slightly strange because when we, quote, let people enjoy things, what we get is the fictional darling situation. Those of you who don't remember, before we released Attorney at Cringe, YouTuber Fictional Darling had a video where she was effectively trying to do the exact same thing that shit-talking Barbie is doing here. And she, in her attempt to do so, basically doxed, well, I wouldn't say she doxed the information. Doxing being that she released the name, the face, the location, and the living quarters, all the relevant information of the individual in question, for the purposes of committing life ruination. But she pretty much pulled out a person from the comments and tried to single him out for ridicule. Because she didn't like the fact that he had a comment that she didn't appreciate. So instead of just simply taking it in stride or answering the comment, she instead used the knowledge of Google and G+, because at the time, all the G+ features hadn't been fully removed or redacted yet, and basically put him on the spot to embarrass him. Something which, as you remember, she felt so poorly about and was criticized for and widely panned, but not just by the Kens, but by the Barbies. The Barbies and the Barbenheimer Sue! That she deleted the video. Jay actually had a saved copy of it, because when I found out about it, she just had finished deleting it. But, I guess all the people who criticized her for doing something that no YouTuber should really do, which is using information that we're supposed to trust our audience will allow us to have. Meaning that when you give us something or when you comment something, we don't decide to go full tilt Steve Shives. We don't go full tilt Jimquisition. We don't go full tilt Matt the Boulder.
God no.
And just use the information. We don't take the information that you give us and we try to put you on the spot, because that should immediately disqualify you from being a person who should be taken seriously. Yeah. It's not a smart idea to say, how dare you criticize this thing of mine? Don't you have better hobbies to do? Because I don't think they do have better hobbies to do. Because when they didn't do that, you guys ruined those hobbies. For some people, you probably ruined an entire sector of business for them. So I'm gonna answer for some of those Kens, and I'm gonna say, no, we don't have hobbies. Or, yes, we do have hobbies. It's criticism! Which one's true? Take your pick. It's a choose your own cringe adventure.
I know it's so hard for boys like you to feel unrepresented in media.
Also, let's not let that insult go by. Say that shit again, Barbie.
Much. He literally has 6 videos about how this feminist garbage is taking over cinema.
Also, before we get there,
how he's capitalizing on it so much. He literally has 6 videos about how this...
I just triggered the ladies on The View. That's not a video about the film so much as it is him mocking the coverage of The View, probably looking at, as I just described, his review of Barbie on The View. So, we're talking layers of content here, okay? Barbie, his review of Barbie, The View reviewing his view of Barbie, him reviewing his the view of Barbie from the view of The View, criticizing his view of Barbie. Female Ben Shapiro talking to Ben Shapiro about Barbie. Barbie is garbage, but you're not allowed to say so. Specifically, this is about the coverage of Barbie. Not Barbie the film itself, but the coverage of Barbie. A news piece about everyone's favorite love child, Fidel Castro, saying that he's Team Barbie. More feminist garbage coming to a theater you can do. That's not even about Barbie. That's just him saying, hey, you see this? They're gonna do something involving Polly Pocket. If you didn't know, Polly Pocket is in the works. They had a whole thing where they wanted to make a Barbie cinematic universe out of Mattel products, right? And then of course,
Oh, I remember that.
Ben Shapiro destroys the Barbie movie for 43 minutes. I don't know if that's his. Well, actually, it is labeled. That is his review. So, Your video is 37 minutes and 21 seconds. His review is 42 minutes and 45 seconds. So when you said for nearly 2 hours, that was a lie. Barbie, you lied. One of the things you're gonna have to learn about this thing that you don't understand about reviews is when you say something and it isn't true, and then we have on-screen examples of how it is a fiction that you produced, we're gonna criticize that! We're gonna criticize the fact that you didn't tell the truth. And when we ask you the question, why did you say that? Why did you do that? You're gonna turn around and say, well, see, that kind of attitude is the reason why I talked about this. And when we say, and that kind of attitude is the reason why we're criticizing you, you kind of can't beat the allegations at this point. You will not be able to beat the coping allegations. I'm sorry to say. I'm sorry to say. I am sorry to say. But yeah, looking at all of these and saying he's mad that he, say it again, he was mad because he didn't have what? One more time, he didn't have who?
Feminist garbage is taking over cinema. Like, do you not have any other hobbies? Oh, Ben, just admit that no one wanted to watch Oppenheimer with you.
The media figure who's built a business has an employee that he made a piece of content with. Right there. It's right there in your thumbnail. Right there. 34 minutes. 34 minutes and 39 seconds. Right there. It's bottom of the screen. Like, middle of the bottom row. He didn't have anyone to watch Oppenheimer with. Ben Shapiro doesn't have hobbies. Other than occasionally talking about his, doctor wife.
Who is a doctor, by the way?
Who is a doctor, by the way. The media figure who created content whose hobby is purely criticizing me. Well, no, that's his job. Maybe his job can be also his hobby, you know? This is now a review of Ben Shapiro. Maybe Ben has a hobby of consumption culture, but he has made his hobby into his job. So whenever he talks about the newest thing, he also gets to indulge in his secret delight that nobody actually thinks. Everybody thinks that he just likes to be a media pundit, but actually he likes to stir the shit. The media figure whose content is based around criticism of culture capitalizes on the film and makes content focusing not just on the film, but on particular subject matter around the film and the conversation it has caused and sparked as a social experiment, has no friends and has no hobbies. So content creation can't be a hobby. So you can't say as a defense that you're just talking about the film. Why do you care so much? You did so much longer of my video as a critique and review of me. Don't you have hobbies? Yes, I do, Barbie. I do have hobbies. One of those hobbies is currently being engaged in right now. I told you, I love talking shit. I love talking shit. I also love being an asshole when I talk shit, because when I talk shit, I like to get accurate. I like to be accurate. You don't get to hide behind that as a defense now, by the way. You don't get to say, I'm just talking about the film, it's not that serious. It was serious enough for you to talk shit about Ben Shapiro, so I'm allowed to do the same thing to you. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Now get in the fucking oven.
Taking over cinema. Like, do you not have any other hobbies?
Do you not have any other hobbies? I mean, this is clearly taking place in your bedroom, because I can only think of a place where a person would have a giant double spread window in the background like that.
Oh, Ben, just...
Don't you play video games? Do you not play with Barbies? Do you not play with Kens? That's a euphemism. I'm saying, does she have a boyfriend?
admit that no one wanted to watch
Or a girlfriend! We're not transphobic in this household!
Oppenheimer with you. I know it's so hard for boys like you to feel unrepresented in media.
I know it's so hard for girls like you to feel unrepresented in media. Or criticism!
Like, Don't need to make a big deal about it. I'm sure they'll make an 8th Transformers movie just for you.
Has he actually had a hard-standing opinion about Transformers? I don't think that dig works, sis. What you doing, Barbie? What you doing? Barbie, what you doing? What you doing, Barbie? Barbie, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Although it kind of checks out that he doesn't really care about what women like when...
Be very careful with your next words, girl. You might end up being transphobic.
He can't even find his own wife's... and
I don't think all those slurs against women. Listen. Some women don't have clits, okay? They have a mega clit. It just happens to be phallic shaped, okay? The transphobic statement you just said, Barbie. Some pre-op Barbies are just like other Barbies. I'm canceled! Kens, I'm canceled!
anyway, so since it's so
Olga, you have just won the Olympics. How do you feel? Really good. Have you seen this? No, it's just a very large privilege.
all to grasp the concept of Barbie, why not break it down in a way that men know best? I'm here to mansplain the shit out of this like it's The Godfather. Look.
Listen, okay, the
Get
joke.
the Godfather's name out of your mouth.
So I'm trying to fix myself.
Misinformation.
I started doing the wine dance that male strippers do when there are women throwing dollars on them. The thing that they do with their legs when they go open. When I finally get my arm unhinged from the chair, I'll stand back up and show you. Carl, don't show them. I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna show them the crotch. Oh!
Right.
As I was falling down,
as
I was falling down, I was doing this. But the joke is that when the guys were talking to the Barbies in the film as a part of their technique of mansplaining things to them, the joke is that for the Kens, if the Kens are stands in for men, the men aren't mansplaining things to them. They're autistically gushing about their hobbies. So when they are gushing about their hobbies and showing how passionate they are about it, so that you can understand what they want you to understand and be able to grasp yourself. Not even just understand it the way I do, but can you see what they were going for here? How does that make you feel? Have you considered when they do that, that's not them mansplaining video games, mansplaining politics, mansplaining review techniques, mansplaining critical thinking skills. It's them trying to passionately engage you in the process of what they have possibly spent a bunch of time doing themselves. They want you to engage with it and understand it. So, when the Kens are talking about The Godfather, they're trying to entreat themselves to the women so that the women can engage with it the same as they did. They want them to enjoy the film. They're not telling them that they can't enjoy the film. They want them to enjoy the film. They're giving them the ability to enjoy the film with an additional context. Now, if a person gives a viewpoint about something based on their watch experience, what might that mean the Kens were doing? Might it mean the Kens were giving a review of the film? No? There's mansplaining? That's gonna be wild. Every single time I see a female or a male reviewer talk about something, I say that they're mansplaining or womansplaining a video game or movie to me. It's gonna be a wild concept. I hope you're gonna be responsible for having that happen, Barbie. Press the wrong button.
Look, I don't care if you call yourself a cinephile or if
So, people who like films.
you went to film school to become the next David Fincher or
So, film students.
Quentin Tarantino.
And we're going to stop here for a simple fact that Quentin Tarantino never went to film school.
So, like, imagine when you say, I can't believe you went to film school to try and become the next Quentin Tarantino, and you fail at probably one of the most important parts of him, which is why his film techniques are so inventive in his style. It's because they're his style. He just figured the shit out. He didn't pay money to do it. That's cringe.
Absolutely
That's
no
misinformation.
liberty to critique Barbie when you don't even know the lore behind it. Oh, you don't think I've seen the original Star Wars trilogy? Well, I bet you can't even name 5 original animated Barbie movies. Okay, but seriously, like, do you even know how many references to niche classic films there are in Barbie? Dating back...
I mean, since in anything you can stick a reference of anything into it, probably a lot. And even then, that still has nothing to do with the piece of material that was presented in front of you. Unironically presented in front of you, in the case of this. Because there are many people who would say, hey bro, you say that you like Kamen Rider, but can you actually name any of them that you've watched? You'd think, well, that's not a thing that matters, but it would if you're watching a film that's supposed to be a love letter to the genre, and they basically demonstrate that they have never watched a single bit of the genre. Not to say that Barbie films are a genre, but when people went crazy to watch Shin Godzilla, Shin Kamen Rider, Shin Ultraman, they were doing so not just because, oh my god, I'm a super big fan of this thing, I want to see it made, oh my god, it's just like real life, it looks like all the things that I thought it would when I was watching it in the low version of it. Oh man, that's so good. What they're looking for is to see if it is credible as made with love. You know? I don't know if you know what that is. Love. For making love. I'm saying you don't get no dick.
As far as 1934. So despite whatever surface level judgment you have of it for being pink and girly and woke, almost every frame is paying homage to a classic film that probably shaped the history of cinema or influenced a lot of your own film bro favorites. Or maybe your knowledge of film only consists of the Kubrick stare and the Dutch tilt. Like,
so okay, here's one thing that you got correct. Knowing a concept and explaining a commonly occurring and referenced camera trick is not the same as recognizing notable things that have been used in prior films. That's a good thing to acknowledge. That's a good you did there. But you see how you used it to shit on men? Can you do it without shitting on people? Can you explain things without trying to use it to attack someone? No? That's a shame.
I can't believe you call yourself a film lover if you haven't even seen all of the movies on Greta's Letterboxd list. This movie is a rich blend of Gerwig's aesthetic genius and a triumph. Maybe we should just watch the movie again together so I can talk through the whole thing. Alright, maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself. Maybe Greta...
Girl, you are so far out of the picture frame. It's not even a picture of people with you in it. It's a stock photo. Where are you right now? The White Room?
Gerwig's version of Barbie is just far too complex for...
The what?
The masturbatorium.
For a simple man to understand. So why don't I first break down the plot for you in layman's terms? You know what? I'll even throw in some sensory videos just in case you have a low attention span. Barbie lives in the secret realm of Barbie Land, secluded from the real world. And everything seems to be perfect, everything is where it's supposed to be, and everyone is doing what they're supposed to do.
Pause. Everything is perfect, everyone's where they're supposed to be, and everyone's doing what they're supposed to do. Kens are supposed to be useless. Kens are supposed to be non-human people who aren't regarded as people. Kens are supposed to obey Barbies that are their girlfriends and just disappear when they tell them to fuck off. You see where you fucked up already? No? Let's keep going.
Until one day, stereotypical Barbie finds herself acting outside the norm, which then forces her and her Ken to travel to uncharted territory.
Pause. It didn't force Ken to go. Ken went because he wanted to go with Barbie. You're already fucking up the synopsis, girl.
And it's here where Barbie's entire belief system is challenged and completely broken down.
Well, it's challenged, not broken. If your entire belief system is completely broken and shattered from being challenged by it, it means you didn't have a belief system, you were indoctrinated. She was a victim of indoctrination. By design.
While Ken learns that he has a lot more power than he...
Pause. Ken's entire worldview was also alleviated, broken, and then reformed around new information. If anything, he took the idea of the outside world better than Barbie, because in the outside world, he was acknowledged as a person.
realizes. So when they return, there is obvious conflict between the Barbies and the...
Well, pause. Again, getting it wrong. Ken got back first, and in the time he was there, he upended the entire Barbie society with actualization of patriarchy. She had gotten there last, then had to leave because she couldn't figure out what to do. Well, leave in the sense that she gave up once they got back and then had to be speeched into doing something.
Kens, but they eventually find a way to compromise and come to their own realizations of what once divided them.
Pause. Compromise, as in have a coup staged against them while women engaged in what you are effectively saying is normal psychological warfare against the Kens. Again, not treating them.
By the way, can I just?
Yes.
Can I just point out how unflattering it is to women when something doesn't go, when they want something, so they stage like social conflicts to get what they want.
It's just what Barbies are supposed to do.
Not only restoring the balance to their world, but even
restoring the balance to the Barbie land means subjugating the Kens and continuing to treat them like not people.
recognizing the flaws in the past systems of Barbie land.
Well, it's the same system. The only time that you chose to make change was when you had a coup stacked against you, and then maybe you decided Kens should be allowed to be human beings. Well, you won't get all your rights eventually. You won't get all your rights immediately. We'll give you some rights eventually. You know, again, mirroring the real world, and women's rights, but, you know, not, because they're not people. They're still dolls that you're still claiming are being admonished for their things. You're using a picture of the beginning of the I'm Just Ken song. And you do understand that the point of that is he is quite literally waxing poetic about he's just Ken. When he sees himself, they don't see a friend. It is literally a song about they don't see me as anything other than just a handsome face and not a human being, not a person. I keep saying human being to mean a person, by the way. Why can't you just recognize me for me and not me as Ken? Why aren't I enough to you? Why are you celebrating on President Barbie, cheering on how they were able to overthrow the coup after they ignored what the Kens wanted and treated them like shit the entire time? Because stereotypical Ken's not the only Ken. There are multiple Kens. There are multiple Kens suffering in the arms of molded plastic, who are reaching out, dying for help. Not a single bit of attention was given to any of them. It is only through Ken that they are able to initiate themselves enough to become on his side. Because Asian Ken, Simulu, demonstrates that he's a bit of a cocky jackass. And half the reason he went with Barbie to the real world was to show him up. Oh my god, there's so much wrong with your synopsis here.
It's the fucking hero's journey, y'all.
I mean, it's not the hero's journey, because after going to all this journey, She arrived at still not knowing who she was, so she joined the real world and became a person because she wanted to experience real life. And it's not even because she realized that what she wanted wasn't in Barbie land. It's because she literally had no concept of herself. She had no actualization of self. She needed a fucking actualization of self to be given by the ghost of the fucking creator as presented by an actor to give her realization of a concept of what to exist for. Ken had a better idea of what he would be than Barbie! Now, please, woman-splain to me the hero's journey.
I keep hearing people with bad takes say that the movie
Remember, people with bad takes, that's not us, Kens. We have good takes. We have good skills of media literacy. We understand critical thinking.
is all over the place when it literally follows one of the most basic story structures that we were all taught in English class.
But you weren't taught it, because if you were taught that, you would understand that the hero's journey isn't what you just laid out. You laid out a 3-act synopsis of a film. A 3-act synopsis of interring action, inciting action, rising action, conflict, falling action, and conflict resolution is not the hero's journey. Because if Barbie had gone through the hero's journey, she would have understood what it is she wanted. She didn't know what she wanted. She literally was just going there to try and find out how to make herself go back to normal. And when she couldn't arrive at being normal anymore, stereotypical Barbie didn't have anything to do.
Or were you just not listening? And
Were you listening?
again, this movie was made for children.
Okay, but children are people who aren't in high school, so they wouldn't have access to the English lesson. Therefore, who are you talking to? Because it's not the children. Who are you talking to? It's not the people who understand media literacy, because they understand what the hero's journey is. Who are you talking to? Are you talking to the people who you think are too stupid? Because I can promise you, even the stupid people could realize that you were talking out your ass. Straight open booty cheeks. Just the open hole going...
I even overheard a little girl walking out of the cinema with her mom, telling her about how this movie was both funny and sad. Yet, men would only say it was stupid. How?
Well, we would probably have more to say than just stupid. But barring a emotional response, if we see something or hear something and logically go through the steps of step 1 to step 10 of I'm trying to make this make sense within your framework and it's not making sense, it's not giving common sense, as the Barbies would say, we're going to say that's stupid. For example, earlier conversation, tell me the amount of food that I'm allowed to consume from this package of 4 out of 2 sausages for a total of 8. Some is not a number. I need a number. I said some. We'll use some here and some there. How much is some? Can you quantify that number? No, I'm saying some. That's stupid. Pause. Comma. Give me a number. That's how men think. We solve problems. We understand things. We get the summary total of information. Then we act on the information. If you say... Stable. If you say their opinions about Barbie are wrong, why are they wrong? Because they're wrong. Why are they wrong? Because I said so. But that's not enough information. Why are they wrong? Because they understood the film poorly. How did they understand the film poorly? Didn't they watch it? They came away with the wrong conclusion. Why did they come away with the wrong conclusion? Because they're not seeing it correctly. How are they supposed to see it correctly? Through what lens should we view this film? If we answer these questions and we eventually arrive at, well, they understand the film wrong because they don't understand it the way that I understand it, because they don't understand politics and feminism and how it is to be a real woman, I'm gonna say to you, Barbie, as we love talking shit, that's dumb. And then we're going to move forward past that. Because we're not going to just say, that's dumb, your opinion is dumb, and I'm not going to have this conversation. I'm going to say, that's dumb. Because if I have to view the film a particular way, and that viewpoint is informed by something that is not inside the content itself, then we are not giving an objective review of the content. We're talking about something else. You're talking about something else. React harder.
Does someone a quarter of your age understand the nuance of...
Pause. A child saying the film was funny and sad is not them understanding the nuances of criticism. Stop it.
Barbie more than you do. And people also bring up the argument that it's so unrealistic or it doesn't really make sense in relation to our world. As if the concept of symbolism in art doesn't apply to this.
Pause. In order for us to understand the symbolism, we need to understand the symbol. If Barbie is a symbol for a concept or an ideology, and we recognize that, and that makes us say, that's dumb, you don't get to then say, what, you don't have basic common understandings of political understanding theory and in media literacy from the 9th grade? What? GigaChat 410? You don't get to say that. Because you know you're talking out of your ass. Or in your case, your weave.
Specific movie. I believe there is a bias when it comes to how audiences perceive certain imagery in regards to
audiences or members of a particular type of audience.
Whether or not the film's message is taken seriously or just seen as a joke. Even if a girly girl movie shares the same themes with a movie that would be more masculine. It's not any different than Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, or any superhero movie for that matter. Barbie is in fact within the fantasy genre.
Oh god, no! She said cringe ones!
Like, clearly women don't have that much power in society. And I think with any fantasy movie comes a responsibility, or at least the expectation from the audience to uphold a suspension of disbelief in order for the movie to be consumed and enjoyed.
Pause. What do you mean?
Right there.
What do you mean?
From its responsibility of the audience to keep suspension of disbelief? Are you kidding me?
No!
How is it supposed to be the audience's job to hold their suspension of disbelief when it's the film's job to be consistent enough in its own philosophy and its own concepts and world that we don't have to ask ourselves questions that destroys that disbelief? If I ask you, Barbie, why am I not allowed to think with my head and recognize a talking point that is obviously a part of feminism as what it is, and you say, no, you're not understanding the film correctly, and I ask you, how could you say that? They literally said this thing that I can easily recognize is a part of a talking point that has no business being in this film. You cannot turn around and say to me, you're just not understanding it correctly. How am I supposed to understand it? What other way can I understand it than what is in front of me? I'm consuming what's there. I didn't add this in. They did. Why is that wrong? You can't say that. Well, you can say it, but I'm going to look at your face and I'm going to tell you, that's dumb. Because if it breaks my suspension of disbelief, I'm going to audibly say, that's stupid. Because if it makes me have to think about a thing that shouldn't make sense, and it can't explain itself within the logic of its own ontological inertia, that inertia breaks down. For those of you who don't know, ontological inertia means load-bearing logic. If in the middle of a story, I am met with Deus Ex Barbie that whisks off stereotypical Barbie to go be a real person, stereotypical Barbie to go be a real person, and you say, this is the hero's journey! And I say to you, but how? In order for it to be the hero's journey, she needed to have a reason to actually set out to understand who she is, and she wasn't. She was just going there to fix what she perceived was broken. you could still be a part of the hero's journey, but not the way it was written. If I ask you, okay, so where is the hero's journey? Can you explain it to me? And you say, well, you just need to suspend your disbelief. You're not trying to suspend your disbelief. You're not really engaging with the film. And I say, but the film isn't engaging me. I'm spending more time thinking of the logic of how we got here than the film itself. I think there's some problems here. If you sit there,
oh my God!
if you sit there,
I just realized.
Yes. What?
Actually, you go first.
If you sit there and you tell them you're not understanding films correctly, media literacy is an issue, but you said this.
At least the expectation from the audience to uphold a suspension of disbelief.
If you tell your audience that they're supposed to suspend their disbelief, dumb shit's happening on the screen, guys. Just disregard it. It's flashing lights, colorful sounds. Suspend your disbelief. But this is ass garbage that's clearly covering up a very poorly written. No! Suspend your disbelief! Where do you get off? What must occur in order for them to have a criticism that is allowed to say, okay, my suspension of disbelief is broken, therefore there are some problems with this film, it could be a bad film. I don't understand why you think it's the film's job to do that, in that they're supposed to just be ignored and not the audience's job to say, okay, pause, there's something wrong here. It seems, Barbie, that we're not allowed to say pause. Pause. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, this is just a fancy way of saying, turn your brain off.
I mean, of course. If your brain recognizes a problem, the problem's with you guys, not with the media that's got the problem. How could you be so silly? How could you be so silly?
In order for the movie to be consumed and enjoyed as intended. If you're not familiar with the term.
To be consumed and enjoyed as intended, you must turn your brain off and suspend your disbelief and ignore everything bad with the film. Or anything in the film that would make you think, huh, that don't make sense. Great! What a wonderful way to view content! Open your mouth, open your mind, empty it, consume, consume, consume.
Term. Suspension of disbelief is basically the notion that in order for works of fiction to be enjoyed, you need to ignore any critical thinking when you're watching a movie, TV show, or reading about, because the rules of this fictional world are widely different from reality.
Pause. That's not how that works. Say it again so we can tell you how stupid you are.
With the term. Suspension of disbelief is basically the notion that in order for works of fiction to be enjoyed, you need to ignore any critical thinking when you're watching a movie.
No. Suspension of disbelief means because we are in a world with different rules and different expectations, you should not immediately, actually, about a thing in a film because it is clearly not real life. That is what that means. If I'm in a high fantasy setting and I see somebody perform magic with a hand gesture and finger tutting, I don't get to go, actually, if I do this with my fingers, I don't immediately have the ability to cast whole person? So, like, it's not real to the life? Because if it was possible that a person could be able to live in a world and throw up gang signs immediately to be able to cast things like Fireball, bro, I got an African American hood classic that you're gonna enjoy. But back to the point. If that is the framework that we are working from, if you are interpreting suspension of disbelief, Barbie, as things in the film aren't real life, so I shouldn't, just Mystery Science 3000 your way through it if you want. It's not real life, so I shouldn't get upset about it. If they are working with the logic of the film, and they say the logic of the film itself is not consistent, this is bad, what are you going to say in response to that?
TV show or reading about, because the rules of this fictional world are widely different from reality. Duh. I guess people took that literally and couldn't spare any critical thinking left to spot the metaphors in Barbie. Obviously, with a fantasy film like The Chronicles of Narnia, for example, you know that Narnia isn't an actual place, but you as a viewer have to accept it as fact because it just ruins the experience otherwise. Your 8-year-old self was not questioning it at the time.
Actually, the children would have been like, "Ooh, I want to watch the film. I want to watch the film." The 8-year-olds are not the people you need to concern yourself with. It is the adults. Try again.
In another instance with a non-fantasy but still fictional story, it would be absolutely ridiculous for someone to say that they give a beloved movie like The Godfather only 1 star solely for the fact that it's not a true story.
Yeah, I don't know, it's not really an accurate representation of Italian people, so I wouldn't give it 5.
Did I just talk about The Chronicles of Narnia and The Godfather in the same breath? Because if there's one thing that those 2 movies have in common, it's that youngest sons are little bitches.
Who are these digs for? Who are these digs for? I feel like these insults aren't intended for people like me. They're intended for somebody else entirely. Antonio out there in the distance, she's talking mad shit about you. You gonna let that slide, champ?
You know, I think I kind of knacked it. At least I'm forming a theory in my brain. What if in her mind, all the people that hate this movie are all of those men had siblings, and they were the youngest siblings, and because of them being the youngest, they did not receive. Actually, no. Forget what I said. It's the middle child that wouldn't receive as much attention. The young and the oldest would. Forget what I said.
I mean, it's confusing because if the person who's supposed to understand the dig is supposed to get upset, the youngest child would be a person who wouldn't understand what is being said. They have to understand the context of how they're being insulted in order for them to get offended. So it wouldn't be the youngest child who gets offended by that joke. It'd be the middle child and the eldest child. So the eldest child would recognize they're talking shit about their little brother and would rightfully smack her upside the head and say, "Stop talking about my sibling like that." The middle child would also get upset and would say, "Stop talking about my sibling like that." Because why would you be insulting the youngest child? Why are you insulting a child to their face? You realize that's what you're doing when you say that. You're insulting a young child who doesn't realize that you're talking shit about them. Which behooves the question, hey sis, why are you talking about a kid like that? What's wrong with you? Why are you so pressed? Why are you so pressed? Why do you care so much? Do you not have hobbies? Do you see how these rhetoric points can be used against you? Probably not. I'm just a man talking down a screen with people in my ear. Has Carl gone crazy? I'll tell you what Carl has become. Carl's become hungry. I will be right back. After these messages, Carl will be right back.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Sponsors of SinglePlayerCarl and Radio Coon are provided by BBC Migraine Powder, Jib and Toby's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, Cringe On Demand, Blockbuster Entertainment, Uncle Tony's Riot Seasoning, Smart Negro Brand Colonized and Sheets Dating App, Immemorial Malt Liquor, and PointDexter.com, and the generous donations and watch times from viewers and haters like you. Thank you! And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your Nicktree today, or you hate black people. You're listening to 148.8 Goon. Don't ever let me find you talking shit about your parents. It'll make you appreciate that you still got a daddy. If you ain't got one, don't you worry. I'm gonna be your new stepdad. You're listening to 148.8 The Coon.
And now, Carl's words of wisdom.
You know, sometimes y'all just don't need to be talking. Just close your mouth. Just close your mouth. I returned.
enjoy these movies because we get to shut our brains off and take ourselves on an epic journey. And it really is a disservice to the movie when you don't fully allow yourself to take it in as it is.
But they do that. That's what watching the film does. If what you're saying is you need to turn your brain off and no longer think about what's happening in the film until the fridge logic hits you, and suddenly you find yourself scrolling on TV tropes to justify the things that you shouldn't have been thinking about, because if you were truly engaging with the film, you wouldn't be thinking those things to begin with anyways, therefore why are you there? That is contrary to the thing that you're saying they should be doing. And if they're enjoying media, the ability to enjoy media also comes with discussing media. Because if we're not supposed to understand what we're seeing and watch what we're seeing and critically accept what we're seeing, the critical acclaim that's supposed to come from what the film does can't be had, because I can't do that thing because that would be doing it incorrectly. Barbie. A little bit insane, a little bit hypocritical, don't you think?
Your lack of enjoyment is entirely on you if you went into a movie thinking that it was already a waste of time. In the case of Barbie, it's supposed to be childish and the dolls are supposed to be oblivious and innocent.
Okay, sure. And if the doll's supposed to be childish and they're supposed to be oblivious to the real world and how that affects them, then the humor comes from how they interact with the real world. Yes?
So if you were annoyed or cringed out by the dialogue, then that means that the writing and acting were pretty damn effective.
Okay, so if it's supposed to be childish because it's for children, because the dolls are literally being controlled by, in the case of most everybody except stereotypical Barbie, ironically enough, not stereotypical Ken. There wasn't a dad having a midlife crisis, unironically. Interesting. That's even assuming that the Kens are unsold, but that's an entirely different rant that's 3 hours long for another time. Why then didn't the film talk about those other things? Because it wasn't the point of the film, right? We were following that Barbie, right? So, what are you saying?
Because that was the point. That was the fantasy. It's like how everyone
Not having a point was the point?
Thought that the 2019 Joker movie was so pretentious.
Be very careful, you're walking on dangerous water.
But I swear, the film bros will continue to
the film bros. Those nasty film bros.
Defend Todd Phillips to their grave to say that the Joker was supposed to be unlikable, or
the Joker is a villain.
How our reaction just further proves the movie's point.
The Joker is a villain.
Or this is why we live in a society. Greta mentioned
the Joker is a villain. The Joker is a villain. You are the representation of the society that the Joker dislikes. The people that see somebody struggling and would simply turn your head and ignore them and pass them by and not try to be a human.
Mentions in multiple interviews that the entire concept of the movie was based on this idea of artificial authenticity.
The theatricality and the colors and the way that it never pretended to be anything other than on a soundstage. I like that. I like that authentic artificiality. It's really heightened.
That's not a good thing unless that is the goal, and that clearly was not the goal, because they made a point of trying to assert it as a mother and daughter experience. About mothers and daughters as a concept and as a group. You can't have sentimentality of a concept and also say, we were trying to be artificial. That's not good. You can do that, but it means everything else that comes after that is insincere. How may I help you? Do you have something you wanted to say?
I actually, so I know there's at least one Barbie interview, and I'm not sure if this is this one, but there's one when the interviewer really keeps digging into Greta whenever she slips up with something. I will need to find the interview to remember the exact question and the follow-up questions, but when Greta would say something about, that we were having difficulties because someone at Mattel didn't like this and that, but the interviewer would keep going with, and why didn't they like that? And I'm not sure if this is this one or some different.
Who knows?
Which makes complete sense because Barbie is a toy doll that was mass-produced to represent girls as a whole and the ideal image of a woman.
Pause. Ideal image of a woman to who? Based on what time period and what time span? And is that still the same thing that holds today? It can't possibly be, because Alexandra Shipp's character demonstrates that it's not. Issa Rae's character demonstrates that it's not. Ari Neff's character represents that it's not. Shit! Even Dua Lipa's character represents that it's not. Although in this case, Dua Lipa's character is literally a mermaid Barbie with blue hair. So... hard tell there.
So of course the Barbies in the movie think that everything is perfect because they live in this pink fantasy echo chamber. The interactions between the Barbies were supposed to imitate how little girls would play with their own dolls. Like, I feel so sorry for the people who didn't get that because clearly they no longer have that inner child. And diving...
You hear that, boys? You don't have inner children. You don't have a soul.
I just want to say the whole idea of a child living in a bubble where everything's perfect, that can be detrimental to a child.
Well,
because
go ahead.
Because if the child isn't exposed to, say, I don't want to say extreme hardship, but isn't exposed to issues, and it can lead to the child not knowing early enough how to solve said issue.
I would say that it is important for children to remain children so that children don't learn things children shouldn't know about. By that I mean...
Oh, absolutely.
By that I mean, a child shouldn't know about sex, not the operations of sex or that sex makes babies, but they shouldn't learn about the carnal nature of sex until they have reached puberty. They don't need to know what their penis is for. They just need to know that it creates pee when they drink too much. That's all they need to understand. A child should not need to know how to bar and barricade a door from the inside of their bedroom so they can avoid being beaten by their drunken parents. They should just know a door has a lock. Although, for some people, you ain't gotta have locked doors in their house because, you know, some parents have that whole thing with privacy. Which also, another thing that should have, is that children should understand what boundaries are, and they should also be allowed to maintain those boundaries, especially if they wish to.
Man with the ego Vegeta profile picture, he made fun of my wife's titties.
Yes, I did! They should also be allowed to understand the concept of privacy and be able to maintain that privacy from someone, especially if that privacy is important to them to maintain because somebody has crossed the boundary in a line. And no parent should be allowed to tell them, no, you'll tell me now because I'm your mother or I'm your father. That's what children should know what to do. That's what children should learn how to have access to. That knowledge and that behavior. They should not need to know about deep understandings of second, third, fourth, and fifth wave Muslim-adjacent feminism in order to understand the shit-talking in your review or in the views depicted therein in the dialogue and script choice of Barbie. It's crazy. Why do you want children to know those things?
I wouldn't. I just...
No, not you, her. But, yeah.
Even deeper into that, Barbie as a brand has been historically criticized for not being inclusive and being performative when it comes to women empowerment. And that makes the movie so meta.
She said meta in a very weird way. She might be a little Asian. Just a little bit.
Maybe even more meta than Fight Club.
Or Indian.
Because keep in mind that this was actually produced by Mattel themselves, so obviously they still need to be promoting Barbie and not turn people away from buying their product. That is artificial authenticity in itself. It was basically a big PR move to push people to have positive feelings towards the Barbie brand. But Greta Gerwig did something even better than that.
Really? Better than making a good product that people wanted to come back and enjoy seconds of? Tell us more!
Like, if this movie was not directed by her, I'm sure it would have just become another quick blockbuster cash grab. But she made it a point to be hyper aware of its context and its potential to leave a lasting message.
So not making a good product that stands the test of time. Got it. Got it. More importantly, 1 second. We will continue.
Among impressionable viewers, and that takes an actual genius to do that. It really shows how there is a clear disparity with how much value or worth we place on media based on who the target audience is. Like, sure, there may be a few guys watching this video right now who didn't exactly shit on Barbie, but they may have—
But you made sure to shit on them before they even had the ability to say, hey yo, I didn't have all those opinions those guys had. Can I be able to disagree with you? Or even find out what you have to say without being a chud? You took that away from them, Barbie. You took that away from them.
not fully grasped the message either. Or they probably said something backhanded like,
yeah, it was funny when Ken was talking about his Mojo Dojo Casa house. That shit was hilarious, but I wouldn't give it 5 stars. Oppenheimer was the true cinematic genius of it too.
which, okay, first of all, those two movies should not even be—
So, watching what you're doing here, attacking a person, unironically attacking a person, because you didn't like what they had to say, who is a runk. Why are you talking shit about a runk? Why are you trying to make an example of a runk? It's fictional darling all over again! I swear, we're gonna do this. We're gonna get this Barbies, okay? We're gonna get this Barbies and Midges and Kens and Carls. Lord, let them find out about the Carls. We're gonna learn how to be able to talk about media, and we're gonna learn when we see an opinion that we dislike, we're gonna learn to stop trying to talk about that person and burning them in effigy, and learn how to make a point while we're talking our shit. You know, what I'm doing right now, Barbie!
But I wouldn't give it 5 stars. Oppenheimer was the true cinematic genius of it too.
which, okay, first of all, those two movies should not even be compared because Oppenheimer is its own amazing feat and a completely different genre. But
Yes, no sane person would do that. So why are you doing that right now by saying that? Do you think the people that you're talking shit about need to have a preface given to them saying, listen bro, I understand you don't like anything that isn't the Mojo Dojo Casa house, but Barbie and Oppenheimer are 2 different genres of films. People with functioning brains understand that.
you're just so
They're being
wrong for
compared
thinking—
because they're the same. though. They're being compared because of the marketing, the Barbenheimer thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why she said that.
You know why she just said that. Also, hi, Grace.
Hello. People weren't dumb, woman. Oh, what's her name? LA something?
The content creator?
Yeah.
I actually need to remind myself of her name.
Hi.
I don't know what her name is, but her channel name is LA on Film. You're coming in a little muffled. Are you sitting on your bed?
Nah, I'm just sitting down on my desk.
Okay. Get it right, Carl. She's lounging on bed. Who sits on their bed? Hmm? This isn't a 90s sitcom filmed in a studio.
That there is nothing profound or cinematic about Barbie, which I think is bullshit because, again, it takes actual talent to turn an existing IP into a moving story and a powerful piece about womanhood and...
Well, no, it doesn't take talent to do that. It takes creativity. You could say creativity is talent. Where the real talent is to make all of that into a coherent story, and unfortunately, Barbie did not do that.
what it means to be human. And like
what it means to be a woman. Remember, it was a story about women and girls. How women will stand still so that the daughters can look back and see how far they came. Remember that whole speech at the end? Well, no, whole two speeches.
Cheesy sentiments aside, Barbie was funny. So I kind of messed up my words when I was filming.
Barbie was funny! I have to address this as editing Barbie. Camera Barbie didn't know what the fuck she was talking about.
This clip. So basically what I wanted to share was I noticed in audience reviews, like on Letterboxd, people weren't really...
My friend, my girly, my Barbie, my Jigga. Letterboxd is not the internet!
Rating Barbie that high. Like, they would give the movie 3 out of 5 stars, even if...
Which is good in a 3 out of 5 system, because it means it's at least a 6.5.
In the written review itself, they admitted that it was funny and that they enjoyed it. And again, those stars don't mean anything at the end of the day, but it's just...
Did you not just throw up multiple things talking about raving reviews? Yes, the reviews do mean something. They meant something enough for you to be able to say, well, see, people enjoyed it, so, why do the Kens have it wrong? You're watching the film wrong.
Such a weird double standard when it comes to...
Yes, that is a weird double standard. Can you stop doing that, Barbie? Thanks. Ken's gonna go back to eating his big, meaty, wrinkly-looking bratwurst of a sausage.
Comedy movies, because those same people could easily give another comedic movie like The Hangover, for example, 5 stars easily.
Why are you
and
so
like
hung up on it?
Because she doesn't have anything else. She certainly doesn't have the subs to be able to make any other kind of argument. That's mean. That's mean, Carl. Stop that.
Also, about what she just said, yes, I will rate Hangover higher than the Barbie film. Any day.
The Hangover parts 1 through 3 have more continuity between their parts and the world that they have built than Barbie had within 30 minutes of setting up Barbie Land's rules.
Hate to that movie, I think it's hilarious as well. But how are you going to rate Barbie lower than The Hangover when there's so much more production value to it?
Oh, fuck! Like, okay,
Who wants to say it? I don't want to say it.
The production value, though.
I don't want to say it. Who's going to say it?
Lower production value. They got Mike Tyson in it. In The Hangover. They got a tiger in A
production value does not equal quality. If I put myself in a studio kitchen, on one side, Gordon Ramsay. The other side, me getting coached by Emerald Lagasse. Some of y'all probably weren't a person who watched the Food Channel, like 2000 to, I don't know, when did this show go off the air? Probably somewhere in the like mid-90s, early aughts, but Emerald Lagasse was another celebrity stuff. Kind of like Wolfgang. Gordon's on one side, Emerald's on the other, coaching me against Gordon to make an authentic smash burger that a family can enjoy. And one side, this is just the film, this is just the fucking third act of the menu, by the way. Emerald teaches me how to make the kind of food that my mother would have made for me when I was 9. Complete with the bullshit cheese and the plastic wrapper that always feels like it won't open up and let the fuck go. And Gordon makes what he would consider to be a Michelin star rated version of the same thing. And yet mine is made with more negrosity than Gordon's. Because Gordon isn't a nigga. Gordon isn't a nigga who doesn't understand what it's like to struggle. And he doesn't do it correctly. He doesn't make sure that the bread isn't, quote, a hamburger loaf patty, but is instead the end piece of a bread loaf, plus the inside piece of the loaf, cooked in the oil of the burger as a browning technique, so that when you get a bite of the burger, not only is the bread soaked in the oil and juice of the meat, it also holds the flavor of the seasoning you put on the meat. So when you take that first bite and you get the oil mixed in with the meat, mixed in with the cheese, mixed in with the onions that you put underneath the burger, you get a true taste of poverty. There's a restaurant name, A True Taste of Poverty. You truly are able to understand why it's supposed to be the kind of food, quote, Mama would have made. Understanding that if we had access to all the kind of ingredients that any person in a food composition could have access to, but it doesn't truly hit with how simplistic it could be to really get it to understand the minds of those who wouldn't understand it, why it's so good, it would behoove you and me to have to explain to Gordon, it's just made different. The burger is just cooked different, my guy. That was what I would say to you, Barbie. They are made different. They are cooked different. They are seasoned differently. Just because one has more money behind it doesn't mean it automatically is better. You should know that. If you were to buy makeup, and you were to buy said makeup and you put it on your face, but it's not as good as the shit you bought at Sally's beauty shop, but you bought this in the mall at Sephora for $150, wouldn't you feel silly? Wouldn't you feel a little bit goofy? Wouldn't you feel cheated? Because the $30 shit that you got at the mall was better than the $150 set that bitch at Sephora sold you? With her fake smile and everything? Huh? Huh? Ah.
So yeah, I found that a little weird. And also, when I was scrolling through Letterboxd to look for other reviews, I saw someone give the movie only half a star, but they liked it, like they gave it a heart anyway, which did not make any sense to me. Also, the review gives me the same energy of like a film student trying to reach the word count on their essay.
Pause. This is often funny, and the two lead performances are as good as you've been hearing. Better, even. It's not so much about anything as it does point at stuff. Unfortunately, this manifests itself in the design of the film. Flights of fancy never really take off. Immaculate sets gesture towards plastic, but are themselves less than plastic, just empty, deliberate homages in the dialogue. And mise-en-scene and oh god. Dyslexia. I read that correctly, but I know for a fact that that's not, like, the words. Somebody can tell me. Miss and Scene and Diegesis are weirdly innovated. Bummed to say, but a lot of this just doesn't fully realize to me. She's saying what I've already said. It doesn't feel like a fully made film that understands what it's doing. I feel a little bit weird. I would agree. Throwing in the word innovated here, I don't think you need that word there. Use simpler words. But even still, my point in a nutshell.
So I looked through their
I think it's
profile and
mise en scène,
the funniest
the French word.
Of course it is. The way she typed it, it didn't look like the French word to me.
review showed up on like their most recent,
Maybe she just
and
didn't
they
give a
gave
fuck about
5
punctuation.
stars
Of course.
to Twisted
What are they? Grammar Nazis?
Fates.
Or a person who trolls on
Hell yeah.
or a person who trolls on Letterboxd looking for reviews to get mad at?
There we go. There we go. Another one for the
Hell
bingo.
Yeah. Gave Twisted Pair 5 stars. Respect.
We watched in anticipation of the screening of his new film Cade, The Torturing Crossing at the Royal Cinema tonight. A stunning, strange, and very funny watch, but also with a weird other power. Neil Brain would occasionally compose an image of creativity and impact, I'm being serious, that is nothing like that is like nothing else. The uncanny is always at play in his films, and his mind is just pouring out into the screen to us. It is funny, but if it weren't anything other than bad, I don't think it'd be so watchable. What did Barbie have to say about that?
And the funniest review showed up on like their most recent, and they gave 5 stars to Twisted Fates. The camp.
Girl, how are you getting this wrong? You cannot constantly fix all your
motherfucker.
You can't constantly go to editing for this. Moon asks, Carl, did you see Barbie? I did. How was it? It was ass. It was ass. It was ass. It was bad. I want the time. Dua Lipa was in it, but it's one of those celebrity guest roles. She didn't have a very big role in it. She wasn't a very big part of the movie.
Didn't she have like a song in it?
She made a song, yeah. But her entire character acting role was Mermaid Barbie and then girlfriend Mermaid Barbie to John Cena's Mermaid Ken.
Oh, okay.
Campy ass movie by Neil Breen. You would really rate like a high production value Hollywood blockbuster, only have a star.
Subjective
but
opinion.
Twisted Fates gets 5.
The pure majesty of nature.
No hate to that movie either. I think I am a huge fan of the Neil Breen extended universe, but
I'll be right here.
strange. Again, ratings are arbitrary and don't mean shit, but I think it's...
If they're arbitrary and don't mean shit, why are you so mad? Why are you so pressed?
How many times has you said that?
At least from me passively counting 5.
Silly how people hold guy movies to a different standard compared to girly movies.
Pause. What makes them guys movies? Is it following the plot? Is it consistency? Is it creative follow-through? And a point to make something?
Twisted Pairs for everyone. I don't know what she meant by an only guy movie. That's crazy.
And if that's what makes a guy movie, what's a girly movie?
Exactly.
It's just like how in real life a lot of us are compelled to reject our feminine side just so that we can get into the boys club and
Pause. Who told you had to do that?
Oh my god, okay.
You can go ahead and bake me a pie any day. You bake me a pie, I'm gonna make you a pie. I'm not saying anything, but I just want everybody to know that's only watching the audio version. I am grinning at the camera right now. That ass though. You make a pie for the boys, we gonna give you a pie, okay? It's no problem. It's no big deal. You ain't gotta repress your sexuality and your feminine side in order to be with the boys. You can be with the boys.
I mean, it's not like anyone. It's not like anyone cares. It's like the whole Minions trend thing, when people were showing up in suits to watch the Child movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's like no one cares if they want to watch a good movie, whether it's feminine or not.
The kids have had their fun. Now it's time for real men to play. Banana.
Be taken seriously for once, which was also
okay. So you do understand that the problem with this is that the Barbies are with a character that's supposed to represent white allies, and in this scene the Barbies are demonstrating how they manipulate and intend to manipulate other people, looking like boss babes with the heart-shaped glasses behind Alexandria's ship and gold necklace earrings while looking through her at a camera. I'm not sure if that's something that's supposed to... I'm not sure if this image is supposed to appeal and appease the male ego. Now, if you tell me that America Ferrella wants to come to my house, do my chores, cook my food, and then stand provocatively in my doorway doing shadow dancing while wearing this, by all means. I ain't gotta touch you, I just wanna look at you. I just wanna look at you. Same with Alexander's ship. I just want to look at you. Hell, even with Michael Cera, I just want to look at you. But I'm going to ask you, how does that appeal my male ego? Because I can tell you right now, if you think it's because I want women to be subjected to me, I don't. I want women to step on me. And that makes me worse.
so clearly portrayed in the movie. What made the Barbie movie so great was that, yes, it was funny, but it was also thought-provoking.
What thoughts did it provoke? The thoughts of, I want to kill myself, this is so boring? Wait, what? So you're telling me that male officers can just sexually harass people in their custody and just physically touch them in ways that they should not be touching them? And also speak provocatively and sexually to them while they're in booking? That's just something that they're just allowed to violate people? No one's gonna arrest them? No one's gonna put... okay. So that's that kind of patriarchy then. Interesting. You know, things like that. Things like that was what would, you know, like I said earlier, would, you know, affect my suspension of disbelief. Because if an officer starts fondling your ass, and Lord give, they even slap your ass, I'm pretty sure they would be put on indefinite leave pending an investigation for sexual harassment of a suspect in custody. There is no world where that would not prompt a firing or an investigation in lieu to the beginnings of the procedures to fire someone. Just saying, bestie. Just saying, bestie.
It made a statement, and...
A statement of what? Dog shit?
I think those two truths are allowed to exist.
It can exist on the ground, where I fucking left it, cause it's shit! Also, I'm adding that to the list. True taste of poverty. Tagline. Dirt cheap!
True taste of poverty. With buns so burned, they stole our bikes.
Oh god.
Funny thing is that this movie doesn't really require a lot of mansplaining because...
Well, that's not true, because unless you know what feminism is, you have no idea what the fuck America Ferrella is on about in her speech, but go ahead.
It was already so straight to the point, and...
Really? It's straight to the point when they try to find a justification for why the Barbies can't just talk to the Kens and treat them like human beings? It's straight to the point when the Barbies have a dance party, and instead of treating Ken like he's a person, tells him, yeah, I don't want you here anymore. You can go. You can leave. That's straightforward to you? It's straightforward to you that they go on a giant rampant chase throughout the city when quite literally the CEO of Barbie could be like, hey yo, Barbie, you said you wanted to go back to Barbie Land? Okay, cool. Barbie, I don't even need you to get in the box. I'm just gonna drive you back to the pier, and then we're gonna go back together, and then, you know, settle you in, get all these things fixed. All right, no problem, no issue. We thought we were gonna have to chase you down and shit, but you want to go back? Shit! Say less! Say less! See, I feel that if instead of Will Ferrell, you just had me as the CEO, we could have solved a lot of these problems a lot quicker. You know? It's so easy if that's what you're saying. If it's straightforward, then he should have wanted her to go back as quickly as possible. He didn't need to try and, you know, give the energy of, we need you to get in the box so we can twist the hand ties on you and shit. Just, okay, you want to go back? No problem. We're going to go back with you. And while we're here, you want to talk about some shit while you've been doing this? Like, what made you want to leave? You say you've been having thoughts of death? Shit, me too! Let's make it relatable and also a cinematic fanfare for the eyes.
On the nose, yet it still went over the heads of so many lizard brains. Even
remember, guys, you're the lizard brains. You're the lizard brains. You had the audacity of ask questions. Therefore, you're unga bunga dumb.
Even if this movie was just as much for the guys as it was for the girls.
Oh, cap! I actually choked.
Carl almost died live on camera.
Oh,
that's a hard
shit!
count of the bingo.
Oh shit! I'm sweating. Oh, I'm sweating. Oh, that's some bullshit. Okay. Oh, fuck. This was just as much fun for the boys as it was for the girls. Holy shit. I've never seen such cope. She's capping harder than I've ever seen.
I think the true genius of Barbie was how everyone thought that they had this idea of the movie based on the trailers and all of the marketing that led up to it. Particularly with that tagline, she's everything, he's just Ken. Like, we were misled to think that this was just going to be some campy romance for the girlies, especially when...
Well, it can be a campy romance for the boys and the girlies too, because something that wants to be camp can still be good if it knows what it's set out to be. Continue. Our
closest reference to a similar movie is Life Size.
Yes, exactly. Barbie, do Life Size. Do it your way. Make it good. I mean, shit. How the fuck is it that Tyra creates a better Barbie movie than Mattel? Because it didn't have feminism in it. Maybe if young Lindsay Lohan went on a rant about wanting to be a woman, that it would have had a much more of a bite, you know? Just rant about, I don't want to become a woman and then have to find a man and fall in love and have kids and have babies. I don't want to do any of that. I just want to be a girl and I play with dolls because I want to fantasize with those things. I don't want to actually do those things. I don't even know if I am somebody who likes men. What even is liking boys? Boys are icky and dumb and stupid. Who even cares about them? Maybe if that was there, it would make it more of a poignant piece of content, huh? If you want to go the way of Volition, I guess. By the way, Volition is close to the studios, boys. They will never harm Saints Row again.
For adults,
actually, Volition themselves will not, but Deep Silver can.
I mean, I suppose, but who's gonna buy another one of those fucking reboot games after they've already destroyed it?
Oh, nobody.
Tyra Banks comes to life and tries to navigate being human while also trying to figure out how to turn back into a doll. Like, that's not so far off of what we thought Barbie could have been, right? It was a fucking Trojan horse, and that should...
So you're admitting that it was a Trojan horse for feminist agenda. You're agreeing with the chuds that you don't like. Oh, I guess you can join the group of the people who didn't understand the work then. Damn, Barbie. That's tough.
not be a foreign concept to men.
Well, and this is insidious because feminists are taking over a doll they never really liked in the first place and using it as a Trojan horse to teach girls daddy is really a dummy or a domineering idiot.
Like, do you know what happens when you mention that you're into the same sports team as the guy you're talking to?
They will say, oh, damn, you like the Southern Broncos too? I like the Broncos. Who's your favorite position? What's that? You were saying that you liked sports ball because you thought that I liked sports ball? I mean, answer one, even though I do like sports ball, I feel kind of sad that you lied to me thinking that it would give you an interest into my emotional state and being. I feel like we connected on something, and now that you've revealed this lie to me, I feel like I don't really want to get to know you now, because why wouldn't you just be honest with me? Answer two, I didn't really like them, but I don't know why you would say that you liked them assuming that I liked them. You know what I really like? Video games. I like talking about video games. I literally make thousands of dollars talking about it on the internet. Here's my YouTube channel right here. There are many ways that conversation can go, but why would you lie? It's probably the wildest thing you could possibly do in this situation. Also, you could just simply have it be revealed later down the line instead of being like, oh yeah, on the first date, I like sports ball. You like sports ball? Because I can tell you right now, I don't give a fuck about sports ball. I haven't played professionally in years, and I don't intend to. And it's not like I couldn't. I'd play some really fucking mean and hard rugby, but I don't want to be a rugby player. I don't.
I kept off of social media before seeing this.
Why didn't you do that the entirety of the time during Barbie, huh? You could have avoided all this mess if you just stayed off social media in general.
Movie on opening weekend, so I was really seeing everything with fresh eyes, and first impression, I thought it was just going to be a fun movie. And look, I trusted my girl Greta Gerwig. She definitely brings a unique touch to every film that she works on.
Yeah, touch of shit.
But even with my expansive knowledge on her work and her style, I don't think I could have ever predicted where this movie was going to take us. And I know that not...
So, if you would put that into layman's terms, you didn't understand how you got to where you were based on how the film made its work and its plot? Does that mean you weren't just simply opening your mind and accepting what was on screen and suspending your disbelief? You had the audacity to ask questions as you watched it to yourself? You know what that makes you now, Barbie.
Not every single work in a director's filmography has to be serious. So maybe Greta Gerwig wanted to explore a different genre. I mean, Martin Scorsese was in Shark Tale. The opening narration about the Barbies and its role in feminism really set the tone for the movie. Right off the bat, it was funny and witty and self-aware and very clear that it was going to be a satire. Don't get me...
It can't be a satire. It can't be a satire if at the same time they're saying, hey, yo, guys, this is what the girls were experiencing when they saw Barbie. They were having a 2001 A Space Odyssey moment where they're like, oh my god, I want Barbie. Raw! This is so representative of what I want to do with my life. Raw! Who cares about being motherly? I want to be a boss bitch who looks good in black and white stripes. Raw!
Raw!
Don't get me wrong, though, there were a lot
also on the whole, that this is a satire point. When Little Platoon did his video on Barbie, he managed to dig up one of the interviews in relation to the whole, oh, this movie is satirizing both parts because here is the girl saying that the Barbie is all fascist and like. He managed to dig up the old interview in which Greta was saying, oh, I was aware of all these criticisms to Barbie and how valid they are, so I needed to deliver them through the mouth of intelligent and well-spoken character. I'm just...
So that's called propaganda. Thinking that we thought of a new way to present content and all you really did was rediscover literal open state fascism and propaganda. Feminism, am I right?
Moving moments that were quintessentially Greta Gerwig in the first act as well, like the scene where Barbie is at the bus stop. But I was always so unsure if it was appropriate to cry because by the next beat we were laughing again. And then Gloria has her big spiel about how impossible it is to be a woman. But then we're—
You mean the feminism speech? The feminism speech.
Laughing again because we're laughing about how men love to mansplain things to us.
Once again, men having passions, talking about their hobbies, characterized as mansplaining things.
I won't go into detail yet about what this movie means to us girls.
Period. I won't go into what this film means. Period. Start of next sentence, to us girls, comma. When you say, I'm not going to go into what this film means to us girls, you are confirming what I said earlier at the start. You are speaking to a group of people that you have said have a wrong opinion because they are not identifying your propaganda correctly. When technically they are, but they're not coming away with the correct understanding that they're supposed to have. And by criticizing you, you feel the need to womansplain Barbie to them. I said the title, guys! I said the title! It is embarrassing when you keep doing all these things to justify being an asshole. When you could just be an asshole and be right. Like me.
Because clearly that's not the priority for some people. But in regards to what the Barbie movie did for guys, it explored how gender equality goes way beyond the power dynamic of men and women in society. Yes, guys can say all these things about how feminism is unnecessary in modern times, but no matter how equal the distributions are between jobs and leadership positions, we will always be affected by the symptoms of toxic gender roles. When you grow—
Pause. You frame it as toxic gender roles, but you meant to say toxic masculinity. I would say toxic people. The problem isn't the gender roles. The problem are the people who are reaching for the roles. A woman who is abusive to men wanting to be in a position of power over other people because she, quote, loves to have control and be a boss is somebody that would cause me concern, not because she's a woman, but because she's a person who wants power and went to a position to enact that power fantasy over people IRL. If I said, I love having people be helpless and at the complete risk of my authority, and then I became a firefighter, but I actively lit fires and stood outside with an axe in my hand, reading your social media feed, and when you came outside saying, Fireman, what are you doing? The fire's raging in my house! It's burning down my island! That's wild, man. Are you Gold Digger 8697 on Twitter? Excuse me, Zeet. You say here on Zeet.com that you don't like when men have the audacity of not doing things. That's tough! Roll up, boys! Going back to the firehouse! Hookers and hoes on me! It caused you a concern, right? How could you apply for this job but not do what your job entails? That'd be crazy, huh? And if I were to, let me phrase it in a way that you would understand it, Barbie. If I had a white man who said, I love making minorities feel uncomfortable, and he became a police officer, and he just so happened to be located right on the Dixie line of the South, right where they go from Metapostol Church to AMC Methodist churches, would you say that there would not be a particular viewpoint you would view that white officer in if he happened to be a man who wore a cross? For those of you watching the audio portion of the stream, I am staring at the camera and making a surprised face. Well, it's not a surprised face, it's more like a shit-eating, you get it? Face.
I don't get it.
for the people who need it, especially for the African-American diasporics in the back, if you say white men and white people are proposed to being officers of the law because they are white supremacists and their view and ability to police these African-American centrals and hubs are inadequate because they do not have the ability to police them, and you say, I would love to be able to have a female doctor, or worse, a female black doctor, because a normal doctor couldn't truly understand, not even a female white doctor could truly understand what I need to have done for me, because my medical system and my medical practice really needs that black level of expertise. You are admitting to an unreal level of bias and racism that stems itself through everything you see, look, view, and think about. This is a problem that is personally on you. You don't need to explain things for the boys, or the girls, or the women, or the children, or the adults, or the critics, or the whites, or the blacks, or the French.
Or the Kens.
Had to pause the burp. Or the Asians, or the Mexicans, or the Latinos. You don't have to phrase it for any of them. You can just say what you have to say without needing to invoke a group. Because once you invoke a group, you have now invoked a form of racism, if not just otherism.
I've been a world where you're taught that real strong men don't cry. Of course you think it's normal to never talk about your feelings, even if you are truly burdened with something, like not getting that job promotion you wanted, or having a traumatic injury that stops you from going pro,
or having emotional pain caused you by a person who treated you like you didn't exist and then laughed in your face with her friends when she thought you were out of earshot.
maybe someone in your life passed away, or you're just burdened by the feeling that you'll never be good enough for something or someone. And instead of communicating those issues and finding power in those emotions, we find it so much easier to gain back that power by asserting dominance over others, because that's what the patriarchy taught us.
Excuse me?
Bro.
Fucking what?
Patriarchy taught us that when we are feeling hurt and we just want to eat a pint, I know what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get a pint of daiquiri. I'm gonna get a quart of daiquiri. I'm gonna get 2 quarts of daiquiri. When we feel like we are sad about the people that we are involved with and the things that we do, instead of thinking about our emotions and working through them, we will take control over someone's livelihood, because fuck them and everything they have to stand for and everything they are and everything they think that they are. Because why would I care about you and your things? Why would we ever do something so silly? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Clearly, we talk shit about people and make them feel like they don't exist and act as though we are above them. Because why wouldn't we be? The fuck? I feel annoyed. That's what I feel. I feel annoyed. I feel annoyed beyond belief. I'm disgusted by you.
Very.
Disgusted by you, woman. How dare you? Daiquiri ice. What else do I want? I don't even know what else I want. I'll figure that out when I get there.
But the whole message of this movie, that is universal to all of us regardless of gender, is that the beauty of being human is feeling. Because we don't have to be just one thing. We don't have to feel just one thing.
No difficulty holding both logic and feeling at the same time. And it does not diminish my powers. It expands them.
We're not asking.
So the problem with this, as Fat Barbie is explained to us, is that this was a opening scene from the beginning of the film where they were trying to enunciate exactly how studious and understanding and smart the Barbies are. Now, I know you find this hard because it's not a part of your point, but I want you to do this thing called thinking about something different. If this is how the Barbies behave when on their own power before patriarchy, and they are dumbed down to being servile, you do understand that all that bullshit you said doesn't mean a goddamn thing, right? Because I'm going to tell you, if you think we wouldn't go after fat Barbie and we'd only go after the skinny Barbies, not only is that body shaming and that disgusting standard will not be accepted with our energy in this house, you're going to get the whip just like that alert did. You definitely do not understand men. We consider the fupa. We will lift the fupa. We will caress the fupa. We will hug and hold the fupa. We will hold the fupa like we are holding on to a fucking dryer sheet as we pull it out of the dryer. We will take it and the towel in our hands with one hand, and we will one hand that shit. We will one hand it. You understand? Let me stop fucking shitposting. You understand that when you say, okay, so emotions, we can be able to understand them. We can even be able to understand that by having emotions, that doesn't make me feel weaker. You understand that that applies to the men, right? And if you say that is something that the men are supposed to get, but the men aren't allowed to forget that because of patriarchy, the question I would ask you is, who's upholding the patriarchy? Because in this film, the patriarchy, as was set out, was fully made by the Barbie Land. Barbie Land is taking part of every bit of patriarchy, benefiting from it, establishing it, ensuring its longevity. Because if patriarchy stands for the things as they are and have always been, they re-established a form of patriarchy. Of course, when it's women, it's matriarchy, but they established their form of patriarchy and tried to uphold it to ensure that the people who didn't have rights continued not having rights until they were convinced that they need to actually give them proper fucking rights. The point that you made and the words that you're saying are not coherent and congruent to each other. Let's continue.
Difficulty holding both logic and feeling at the same time, and it does not diminish my powers. It expands them.
We're not asking for men to get on their knees and kiss our feet. All we're asking is for men to communicate.
But when the men communicate and they tell you, hey babe, I've been feeling really down about myself lately. And a lot of it actually started ever since you started calling me Big Tubby, even when I have a cheat cookie after my workout. And when he says that, he now gives you the ick. So now you treat him like he's not a person and you cheat on him. We might as well have just not told you anything. Right.
But they'd rather spend hours roasting a kid's movie than going to therapy. I truly...
Interesting. When, as I demonstrated, I'm not going to pull up the video. It's there on my channel if you want to go watch it. It's one of the more recent ones. When men literally went to a form of therapy that has not only primal screech therapy, but many other forms of therapy, women have demonstrated that they were willing to do anything possible other than understanding that the men are going to therapy to say that men would do anything but do their form of therapy, which is an ick for men. And would mean that you would get no dick. Like, everything you're saying right now, no dick. No dick. We will not open your legs, ma'am. We will not eat it like soft serve. Shameful.
I believe that if the movie stayed as just a comedy, sans wokeness, where the Barbies and the Kens never diverted from their original roles, men would have still found reasons to complain about it because they would have felt emasculated by Ken being a one-dimensional character, basically just there to be at the beck and call of their Barbie. So what you're saying is that you'd rather be a manic pixie dream girl. So
we never said that. I never said that. Shit, I don't even want a manic pixie dream girl. Because you know the problem with a manic pixie dream girl as written by the concept and trope? It means it's a woman who's going to have more to do for herself with trying to have fun in the moment than being able to build a future. The entire problem with the idea of a manic pixie dream girl is that she's more trouble than she's actually worth. And what you're supposed to walk away from in the experience with the manic pixie dream girl isn't the girl, it's the experience of knowing what you want. She's literally an example of, quote, the first and second type of love in your life. So that when you have experienced that, you know what you want with the third. I'm not going to use the example of 500 Days of Summer, because 500 Days of Summer is actually a perfect case example of a person, namely the character of the story, not understanding what the lesson was, which was, be a better man. You know, that thing you guys saying you need to just be better? Literally, the story in that situation was, that character needed to be a better person, and learn how to be a better person so he doesn't lose a woman he could make things work with. But instead, as soon as he meets the girl, I think her name is named as August, or it was named after a summer month or a summer season, or autumn I think it was. He basically, it's the same look in his face that he got when he first met Summer, meaning he didn't learn a goddamn thing and he's about to learn the hard lesson all the fuck over again. When you invoke the idea of a manic pixie dream girl, I think the best case example to use is Ramona Flowers. We use that example because not only is it crazy to think that a woman can only have 7 past exes and not potentially upwards of 10. And I'm not even saying that from a, I can't believe there's gonna be a lot of body counts, okay? I'm not even saying you gotta sleep with them, but just you have that many partners and you want the guy to not get involved with you because your ex has emotional hold over you. In the story, it's he literally has a chip in her brain, but in the context of what that means, Ramona basically is emotionally controlled by her ex because he's an asshole. Cause of course he is! Even when they're white and Canadian, they also are fuckboys like us. The Manic Pixie Dream Girl is not something you want to achieve. You cannot make her better. You could possibly make her worse, but you will not make her better. You will not fix her. She is effectively a hoe. Not to say she can't be a housewife, she just won't be a housewife to you. It's not a good thing. It's not a good example to use in this context, because Barbie is not a Manic Pixie Dream Girl. And Ken wasn't asking her to be either. Ken just wanted to be acknowledged and not treated like shit. So, a normal man being treated by a city girl like he is a food nigga. And when the food nigga goes and sees, oh, actually, people can appreciate me? They don't just use me for my wallet? Damn, I ain't gotta pay a single thing? She just did it because she wanted to split half the bill because she didn't think it was fair I paid for the full thing and she didn't eat everything on her plate? Oh my god, what is this? What is this in my hand? Is it self-respect? I didn't know I could have this! When you categorize Manic Pixie Dream Girls as, oh, you just want women to be slaves to you because you just want them to be there for you and only you, when rather I want you to respect me and respect yourself, again, no dick. No dick. No dick, Barbie. No dick. No dick!
No dick.
So, if the movie still isn't so clear to you, and you probably can't be bothered
listen.
Watch,
The film might not be clear to me, but you know what ain't clear to me? We gonna pause the audio so you can see what I just fucking saw. You know what's not fucking clear to me, Barbie? Your fucking camera! What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What is that? What is that? Don't put your camera in front of a window if you don't want it to have lighting issues! Oh, shit!
The thing is, by can be never diverted be. I truly believe that if thing is for men to
does not diminish my powers. It expands them.
We're not asking for men to get on their knees and kiss our feet.
Okay, so why are you showing him there? Tarantino is just a foot fetishist at the end of the day who knows what he likes. Listen, if he goes to his deathbed and he says, the peak of my career is when Salma Hayek stuck her toesy woesies in my mouth and let down mother's milk and I drank it, I would say, damn, that's a far way to go to get your fetish fulfilled. But he did it. But he did it. He did it. And I can't be mad. He achieved. He reached for greatness, he achieved it, and he got his mission on the side. Well done. Well done. But when you stick in Tarantino and you say, we don't want men to kiss our feet, what you're saying isn't, oh, we don't want men to kiss our feet, we think that's weird. What you're saying is, we don't want men to kiss our feet, but it'd be great if you did.
No. No.
All we're asking is for men to communicate, but they'd rather spend hours roasting a kids movie than going to therapy.
But to answer that question, by the way, after we're done roasting the logic of how you said that, yes, I would rather talk shit about the kids movie, your video, and even about your particular dating strategies that you're adhering to with your criticism, because I can't believe that you're saying it. Because if you're saying it aloud, this must be something that you're willing to do in your personal life, as well as advice that you're willing to mock about other people. Damn, I wonder what your boyfriend must think of himself as he listens to you talking shit about this shit on tape. I'm not going to say, damn, that's wild for your career, that's wild for your channel, because this is only one video of your content. I don't want you to be disheartened from all the people who will be in your comment section that will possibly be talking shit to you, but I don't want you to be disheartened because of them and say, literally, women will talk shit on Twitter.com before they ever create a YouTube account and talk shit on Twitter and Twitch so they can get content to view. I'm not going to do that to you. But, you know, you gotta be full of tougher stuff, girl. Because if you speak like this, and this is how you feel about men in general, I wonder what your romantic partner must be involved with. Because I can't assume, looking at the way that you do, that you can't pull a woman or a man. If you like dick, and you actually have a boyfriend, I want to know what your boyfriend has to think about this. If you like vagina, and you are a lesbian, if not just a sapphic who's experimenting with herself and being a free spirit, I want to know what your girlfriend thinks. First, I want to see what your girlfriend looks like. Then I want to know what she thinks. I'm an asshole.
I truly believe that if the movie stayed as just a comedy sans wokeness, where the Barbies and the Kens never diverted from their original roles, men would have still found reasons to complain about it because they would have felt emasculated by Ken being a one-dimensional character. Basically just...
He can't be one-dimensional if he's somebody who's willing to have a realization of, maybe I don't like feeling like... Yeah, words are hard. I don't want to feel, and I don't like feeling like I'm shit. So that you understand what you did to me, I'm gonna throw that same scenario back in your face. A one-dimensional character doesn't have an entire character journey. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you're a film student or not, because you clearly don't understand certain concepts. But a character who has a character journey of, damn, I don't like being mistreated. Wait, you're telling me that in the real world I can be treated like I'm a person? And I'm going to bring that back to Barbie Land, because all the Kens will like this too. And when the person who is responsible for your character journey comes back, you tell them, remember how you hurt me? Remember how I was disheartened? You know that feeling you're feeling right now? Did it feel good? Did it feel good, Barbie? Good. Get out of my fucking Mojo Dojo Casa house.
There to be at the beck and call of their Barbie. So what you're saying is...
Also, why are you using the Taco building? What about that is supposed to be a problem? Because that's exactly what happened! She literally wanted him to be at her beck and call. Come when I say come, go when I say go, get acknowledgement when I give acknowledgement. He was literally a pet! The Kens were pets! You can't give the Taco Bell dong like that's supposed to be a fucking talking point that's not real, because it is! Barbie, you're wilding.
Is that you'd rather be a manic pixie dream girl. So
also, what's wild is that when you chose to edit that, you put a Taco Bell ding, but you didn't put a single thing there for Manic Pixie Dream Girl. You're missing opportunities! You're missing opportunities. Jay wouldn't fuck up like that. That Barbie likes to talk shit too.
If the movie still isn't so clear to you, and you probably can't be bothered to give it a second watch, maybe the sports analogy will finally help you understand.
It's like you airballed the free throw because you missed the point. The whole conflict between the Barbies and Kens is kind of like Kevin Durant needing to join the Warriors to win rings, but realizing he can never feel like he succeeded on his own terms with a team already.
Yes.
So, as someone who knows fuck all about sports, can someone please translate it to human language for me?
Talking shit to people, trying to use famous ESPN talking heads to talk shit about how you don't understand things because she can't relate things to people, so she will use the target of your potential supposed hobbies as a point of mockery to burn in effigy. She's talking shit.
Well, evidently she failed, because it ain't my hobby.
I mean, I don't watch ESPN. I know who these people are, but I don't care about sports, as I already explained earlier. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to put Monte Cristo, and you're gonna have to put Thor in here in order for me to give a shit. I'm so sorry. Unless one of these people is fucking I will dominate, and he's talking about what's currently happening on his plate, I don't give a fuck.
On top. So he left the Warriors to start his own thing. Then, eventually just ball. Men aren't inferior by the end of the movie. They're more like in the select team. Just as important, but need to show their mettle in scrimmages before they can play.
Get rid of that man with the ego Vegeta profile picture. He made fun of my wife's titties.
Yes, I did. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna lick one nipple. Not both of them, just one.
Green and Cade Cunningham play really well in scrimmages against the A team, so it is possible.
Now, this may be off topic and a bit less serious, but I just have to address this before I end my rant. I think it's...
You say that, and yet right now we are at 23:55, and there's still another whole 13 minutes to go, bestie.
Oh, God.
You're long, man. You're long girl bad in your own video. Come on.
a crime how people are overlooking the technique and artistry that went into making the Barbie movie.
I mean, I can recognize the effort and talent that went into making a good plate of escargot, but if they didn't devein the fucking snail, just like some restaurants when they serve barbecue and buffets don't devein the fucking shrimp, I'm going to vomit, then I'm going to give you a bad rating because you prepared the food wrong. And then served it to me, and then when you say, well, how could you do that? You ate the shrimp! I would be like, yes. And the shrimp was bad.
Carl, let her cook. Believe me, it's going.
I don't want her to cook. I'll cook. I don't want her to. I cook better than her.
She's burning the kitchen, please.
I believe that 100%. Just
there's nothing in the pan. There's nothing in the pan, and she's burning the air.
Land was an entire set, true to size, patterned after the sound stages from the classic films that Greta referenced in making this movie. And every single part of that set was a reference to a real Barbie product.
Yes, and? And?
You not understand the complexities?
You didn't understand the complexities of setting up everything to do with this
Greta
setting.
Referenced in
every
making
single
this
thing
movie.
that was referenced in this was exactly as it was supposed to be. Okay? They had it even down correctly to the exact circumference of the baby bump that Midge was supposed to have. It was authentic! It was authentic!
Single part of that set was a reference to a real Barbie product. But of course, guys think that Oppenheimer is so much more of a triumph for having practical effects.
Pause. Different kinds of films. Why are you still comparing them? Oppenheimer joke was very fucking weak, sis, but now you're going on way too fucking far, okay? You gotta stop.
Setting off an actual explosion to imitate an atomic bomb. Cool. So, Barbie had practical effects too. No CGI was used in those
Why do you
transition
do so
scenes
much about this?
between
not
Barbie
just-
land and the real world. It was
You
an
did
actual.
not just compare this to replicating an atomic bomb using practical effects. You did not. You did not.
Are you shocked that she would say something so silly and then really hope that would be good enough a point to say, like, hey, listen, you don't understand. Like, we didn't have anything CGI here. This was all practical. Yes, in the context of what you were showing people for us to see this, that's actually impressive. They didn't just bullshit their way through on a CGI soundboard. They actually had them in front of a backdrop, and they used practical machinery in order to create a working background that would work in the setting of the film. Now imagine if that was done anytime there needed to be a scene transition from one thing to another. That would have been great, right? Right. But they didn't do that. This is not the entirety of the film. This is just pieces of the film. And as much as you'd be like, bro, they used treadmills to be able to simulate moving road.
No
They
CGI.
They had the actors hanging on ropes and wires to simulate the effects of gravity. They had created an entire treadmill station that had flowers moving in the background with all the actors on top of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 person bike. You don't understand, bro. There was so much that was done. It was probably 14. There was so much that was done here that you just didn't see happening. Okay. And dun-dun. See, I don't even need a soundboard. I got a mouth. I can do a lot of things with this.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna make that into an alert sound. Don't you wait, Grace. You can't be stopped!
Those transition scenes between Barbie land and the real world. It was an actual moving backdrop. I don't know, I just think it's so silly that Christopher Nolan is getting so much praise for making boom boom when I do that on the toilet every day.
That's not funny.
What the fuck?
I mean, I would actually, you know what? Credit where credit is due. I would not be surprised if her diet resulted in a shit that has same radioactivity as an atomic bomb.
I feel sad. I feel sad for you.
Get rid of that man with the ego Vegeta profile picture. He made fun of my wife's titties.
I feel bad for women. Is this what you guys call humor? Is this your girl dinner? Also, not applicable. Thank you for all the super chats. Some of those I cannot read out in terrifying fear of getting canceled. on Twitch. However, I feel bad for the girls in the audience that you look at me and you say, Carl, don't you get it? This is girl dinner. You eating? Are you eating though? Are you really eating? This is filling? That's a little bit concerning, bestie. That's a little bit concerning, bestie. You can do better than this. You can do better than this.
Okay, I think I've gotten out all the jokes I have in me. So at this point moving forward is just going to be for the girlies because I don't want to spend
for the girlies! And nobody can tell me, Carl, why do you keep saying it like that? Because that's how they say it!
And any more time trying to appeal to men who will just never understand and maybe don't even want to. In all seriousness, I think I speak for everyone who loved the movie just as much as I did. The impact of Barbie has been so moving and it clearly means so much to so many generations of girls. So much so that when people start to attack it, of course we're gonna take it personally. The reason why I loved Barbie...
Why would you take it personally when it's not personal? Why would you take it personally and it's not personal?
It's like all these girls that are breaking up with their boyfriends because they didn't like the movie. It's like, are you serious? I mean, good for the guys because that means they're dodging a bullet.
Fuck a bullet. There's an entire magazine emptied directly into the balls.
They're dodging the punt gun from that Kentucky Ballistics video.
The movie so much was that it felt like girls were finally being given the space to just be girls. We of course should.
And you needed the product created by mainstream Hollywood media to do that for you? Honey booby. Honey booby.
Honey booby.
Open your mouth. Open wide. The studio has a big surprise. It's a dick! Just open your mouth and swallow, girl. Just close your eyes. They'll let you know when you get to the content. It's hurtful. It's pain. Everybody should be embarrassed that you said that. Oh my god!
Should never feel the need to wait for permission to be ourselves, but sometimes being a woman can feel like an all or nothing deal.
I need to be given permission by a studio in order to feel my true, authentic self. I need somebody to tell me when I'm allowed to engage in the process. I need them to tell me when I am allowed to be a person. I need them to demonstrate to me when I'm not only capable of getting involved, but when I can get involved and truly feel my authentic self by the content I'm consuming that they put in front of my face. Because if I don't have that, I am just not a woman. It's so embarrassing.
Also about, because you needing a space to finally be a girl, but who doesn't let you be a girl? Other women, specifically the feminists. Who has the issue with color pink? Feminists. Who has the issue with women doing women hobbies? Feminists.
I mean, I wouldn't just say that's people having problems with feminists, because a lot of people would like to use feminists as a shorthand for bossy women that are too nosy to stay in their own fucking business and decide to corrupt other people's things to make it a part of their business. Realistically, we shouldn't blame feminism, because feminism is an ideology. We should blame the people who use the ideology as a cudgel to attack other people. They use it as a cudgel so that whenever they want to talk about their demonized other, they can't just simply say, I want to hate on the men who stop me from doing what I want. They use feminism to say, I want to stop all men that have a problem with this very safe film for women who just can't seem to let people have the ability to do things. I want to be able to fight back against that rhetoric by mocking it. You know, as is my right as a black Ken. Because you know us black Kens, we're wild with energy.
The Carls, if you will.
The Carls.
Well, anyway, I should have been more specific. My bad.
Mm. It's just not giving the common sense of somebody who understands the deeper issues that should be understood. Maybe I won't get ice cream. I kind of want ice cream, but I don't know if I'm gonna get ice cream. It's concerning for all the reasons it would be for any other situation that would be involved in understanding any kind of philosophy or understanding any kind of subject matter. Viewed through the lens of feminism, I think would be the best way to frame this as, because this is just one person viewing things through a feminist lens. And that does not mean that the things that she said isn't worth listening to or understanding, because this is just one piece of her perspective that we can then use to better understand
Big monologue from
the other parts of what she has to think and say. I would not allow her to be somebody who could convince me into believing that she doesn't unironically think some of these things, but I would not say, because she thinks this, I don't want to hear a single thing she has to say. I will say, because she thinks this, I'm going to question other things she says, and I'm going to compare those things and see if those things are just like what she said here. Because that's what's more important to find out. That's the bigger thing that would be of concern to me. I think it's more interesting to see how she chooses to behave based when she thinks her audience is the correct audience viewing her content, and how she'd behave when she sees what my audience has to say about her content. It's kind of like the challenge I put out to that creator in the middle of making the Envy Creature video about Baldur's Gate 3. It's more important for me to see the reaction you have to the question I asked you, rather than me asking the question and everybody else being here. Because if the reaction being posed to the question prompts a, I'm not even going to answer that because how dare you mock me in the things I do, that tells me everything I actually need to know about you. And I don't mean it tells me your answer. I mean it tells me the character that you have and how you perceive other people who aren't you. Who agree with the way that you think about the world. For her, it's just boring. No? It's just boring. I could sit here face-assed and just say, I can't react to this. She's just so fucking boring. Nothing she's saying makes sense. It's not consistent to anything. But what's more interesting is how statements later in the video conflict against statements made earlier in the video. And concessions are being made now compared to when she was very braggadocious in the middle and the beginning. I think that's interesting. I think that's very telling. For me, at least.
From Gloria explained that sentiment perfectly, which I want to get into. The whole speech.
Oh, here we go. The speech
starts with, it is literally impossible to be a woman. We have to always be extraordinary, but somehow we're always doing it wrong. Full speech starts with, it is literally impossible.
It is literally impossible to be a man. I always have to be extraordinary, but I always need to find a way to make sure I'm not minimizing the experience of someone more marginalized or feminine than myself.
To be a woman. We have to always be extraordinary, but somehow we're always doing it wrong. She then goes on to rant about how there are so many double standards that women have to navigate, like when it—
Focus your camera! Focus— I literally thought when it was about to haze out there that you were gonna put more text on the screen. Focus your camera! Dying. I'm dying, I'm dead. I am deceased. I'm in the afterlife. And the ghost of Carl is still telling you to fix your fucking camera, bitch!
It comes to our weight or our appearance or being a girl boss. And she ends her speech with a statement that kind of sums up our feelings about the movie. I'm just so tired of watching myself and every single other woman tie herself into knots so that people will like us. And if all of that is also true for a doll just representing women, then I don't know. The fact that...
Here's an idea. Don't tie yourself into knots. Unless you want to be tied into knots. We down with it. We believe in S&M. Fuck you mean? I get the whip right now. But seriously, stop tying yourself into knots for people. Because if you're tying yourself into knots for people and it's not coming natural, maybe it's not meant to be. And that's not even like a sexual sense. If you have to not be yourself around people, otherwise you would not have the ability to have the benefit of what is supposed to be presented in that scenario, don't fucking do it. But Carl, what if she's talking about business? If you are in the type of business where you need to not be a perfect version of yourself that is capable of telling the truth and being heard for said truth, and it's not to do with the hot shark corporate America where you do need a tone switch and code police and difference yourself, then you don't have anything to fucking say about this, period. Unless, of course, you work in generosity and customer service. Then you have my free will to do whatever the fuck you need to do. Get out there, soldier! And don't forget the napkins. I can say that because I've been in customer service.
Myself and other...
I'm dead ass. They will scream at you if you don't get their napkins. Like, I have to ask? I remember there was a time that I asked a young child, he was white of course, because of course he would be, a white child when he walked into a restaurant and he said, my mom sent me to pick up my order, and I got him his order and he looked at me and said, do you guys have napkins? And I looked him dead in his little child eyes and I said, do you want a normal amount of napkins or a black amount of napkins. And he blinked once and said, "A black amount, please." And when his mother, who was of course watching him from the car, saw, and she of course understood, because it's one of those moms, and understood and pantomimed the words that came out of my mouth and recognized the head nod her son did, because she knew that whenever her son understood a command, he will nod and say, "Yes, I'd like that amount." She came back to the car and asked him what I said, and when he repeated what I said, she looked at me, looked at my skin color, and she gave me a thumbs up through the window. And she was right. Another satisfying racial moment. Anyways,
people feel the need to justify liking this movie is absolutely ridiculous. It's almost like nothing that a female director could make will ever be up to the industry standard, because the industry is run by men, and audiences who actually enjoy these women-led stories in media don't have valid opinions. I think
who said that?
Subconsciously men know exactly what this movie means, but they just don't want to admit it. Barbie the movie is so cathartic because not only did it celebrate all these feminine things that we're often shamed for, like the color pink or wanting
Oh no, not the color pink.
to dress up nicely and put on makeup, but
Oh no, not dressing up nicely and putting on makeup.
it was also so comforting watching this and seeing how universal our experiences really are as women.
Oh no, not the oomph of being able to have the universal experience of fucking crying in the theater about being treated poorly by the existence of life. Being treated as though you are the homunculi of men's standards for existing creatures that have no other purpose than to give birth to our progeny and die. Said who?
When people talk about feminism online or on the news, more often than not, it's usually about big topics like problematic legislation, or someone had just experienced a form of serious injustice and abuse. Those issues affect so many women every single day, which is what makes being a woman so scary. But with this movie,
Graced.
Yes, Carl.
Do you feel terrified being in my presence?
Generally, no.
If we were sitting in the same room and you could smell my cology. What'd you feel?
Our stomach just turned 90 degrees.
Would you feel perpetual terror?
No. I'm just thinking about you, like, if we ever met, it's just like, you just sneak up behind me and just like, hey.
I would do that! It's actually half of mine that I would do that to Jay in public. Well, the first time she and her mom were looking for me, and they don't really know what I look like, because not often does she show me and her doing shit together, but her sister does know what I look like. I just walk up behind Jay, I give her a fucking bear hug from behind, like, how did my arms get so big to wrap around her fucking mid waist? And I'd be like, hey.
I can't finish what I was gonna say, but you know what I'd say.
I mean, I don't know what kind of primal fear. In fact, hold on. Wait 1 second. Let's see if she picks up. 1 second. She might not pick up because she's hard at work editing. Yeah, she did not pick up. I'll ask her that question later. I will ask her that question later. We'll ask her that question later, but I will record it when I do. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, excluding Sakura, I already know what your answer would be. Ask yourselves, if Carl were to just appear in your home behind you, like bloop, 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 like I pop into existence, would you be terrified to be in the same room as him?
I mean, if I saw you materializing, I what the fuck am I looking? So,
I mean, you're looking at a Carl.
Especially if I'm in the middle of doing something, especially something very private, and you just suddenly appear in my room.
What, you just expect me to materialize at your side of the bed and be like, hey, yo, bro, I see you swacking it off. Can I help?
Scream. I would actually scream. I sound like one of those opera singers.
Yeah. The fear of that. The fear of that would be enough for you to bust it.
You mean you would scream like Hari Neff did every single time in this film? I mean, that'd be appropriate in that situation, to be honest.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm just visualizing Harvey just fucking wanking it, Carl showing up. Him just screaming as he tries.
Like, you got the phone in one hand, you got your dick in the other, you just whacking off, washing your shit, and just out of the side from nowhere, it's like, damn, bro, nice form. Is that Vanessa Blue?
Nice form.
I'd actually scream.
Yes, nice 90-degree angle.
Like, you can't clean your dick like that. You gotta loosen your form. What are you trying to do? You trying to bust a nut? You trying to rip your dick off?
Listen, pull you up. You don't be off the bed.
I don't even want to be able to pantomime what this would be like for a woman. There's no way that they would not end with me catching a charge. Like, sir, how did you get into her home? I just, I popped in.
Like, hey, what's going on, guys?
It's like at the fucking arraignment here, and it's like the subject then appeared in her home in a mist of what we could only be able to get from the distressed witness, a air of fresh winter Sprint sports bar, and the sound of an American Eagle Old Spice spray. He materialized from the ether and said, "What you doing? You making waffles?" Upon which the subject then beat him over the head with the hibachi magic wand vibrator.
You're supposed to use a magic wand, not a drill.
I mean, a magic wand can be a drill if you got it in the right spot. I'm just saying. Carl, why you say it like you have experience? Da-da-da-da-dun.
No, I didn't mean drill. I meant jackham. I forgot what a jackham was called for a second.
Anyways, always remember, guys. What would Carl say? WWCS.
What Carl would say would get me banned off Twitch.
I find comfort in the fact that we all share that same experience of having a guy play the guitar at you, or how we make ourselves.
Okay, so my question is, how many women have had a man play an instrument at them with, like, emotional intent? And not the guitar, just any instrument. I'm sure there are men that will have played the saxophone at women, because if you could play the saxophone and you can be able to play Garrus Whisper, why wouldn't you? But has there been a man who's had a recorder and he sexually played the recorder at you, eyes locked.
He just did a filthy Frank thing with playing it on his nose and just goes. He's just slowly, like, crab walking towards you.
I'm imagining, what is the most Carl thing that I can imagine I would play as an instrument if I just wanted to shitpost? And I think it would be me doing the bo like rapid hip thrust move while playing a kazoo.
Nah, I'm gonna post something in non-podcast chat. Imagine playing the guitar like this and just walking up to her slowly. With that face.
How do you know they're not packing, Carl? Be careful. What if I want them to be packing? I know ebony means a gun. Or excuse me, a force multiplier. But what if I want them to be packing? Remember, there is no transphobia in this house. Breaking the Hari Neff's bedroom being like, bzzz, oh, you playing with a princess wand?
I like your cut, G.
Well, you're a lucky girl tonight, because it's your coronation.
If I was a woman, I'd scream.
Oh, God.
Like that one actor from Bates Motel.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Somebody in the audience is like, oh my God, it's you. Somebody in the audience is like, oh my God. Oh, no. Oh, it's you. The immediate terror to, oh, I'm safe. It's just Carl. For $19.99, for only $19.99 and a ramen pack a day, you too can have your very own mini Carl. He says crazy things like, "Hey yo, you finna finish that, or can I have mix?" Get your mini Carl today, and make sure to bring the nicketry home with you.
Jump through.
You can bring him to your home, but you can't bring him home to mama.
It's exactly like SinglePlayerCarl in every way.
Oh, you can't.
It's like 1/8 your size.
It's like the secret reason that you can't bring him home is that if it has a patented mom lock feature, when as soon as there is a legitimate mother in the room, it starts trying to It's like, hey yo, fuck what you talking about, Bethany? Hey yo, Cassandra! You like sausages?
Would you like some sausage?
I'm a menace! I'm a menace to everyone, including myself!
He's a menace, a dentist, an all hygienist.
A long-term
I mean, shit, you give him long enough, he will be an oral hygienist. That is a blowjob joke, ladies and gentlemen.
Dense, low commitment, casual girlfriend. Why?
Another one.
I'm actually not sure.
Like, obviously,
For the bingo.
those things suck and are so annoying.
I know,
but
that took a while
I think
to
it's
catch my breath.
Okay, let me pay attention to what she just said.
Single day, which is what makes being a woman so scary. But with this movie, I find comfort in the fact that we all share that same experience of having a guy play the guitar at you, or how we make ourselves jump through hoops just to be a long-term distance, low commitment, casual girlfriend. Why?
I'm actually not sure.
So the context there is you played a clip of Ken wanting to go into Barbie's house. The context is if a guy wanted to go into your house, it'd be like, hey yo, can I stay the night? And she'd say like, why? What a guy would say in his response would not be, I don't know. It'd be like, you know, so we can Netflix chill. What I'm saying. If you were in a committed relationship with a person, it would be normal for them to stay the night at your house, because why would you send them away? You're in a committed relationship with them. I'm not saying you gotta have sex with them. Listen very closely, dumb people who like to clip chip. I did not say you wouldn't spend the night at their house, because why would you sexually refuse him? I said you'd spend the night at your house because you're already in a committed relationship. He's got a toothbrush in your place, and you've got a toothbrush and a mini makeup kit in his. What you mean? That does not mean that he gonna get in the cannies, okay? That does not mean he gets the cannies. It does mean that he gets in the house and gets to sleep on the couch. It don't mean he gonna get in the gannies. Unless you want to get him in the gannies. And of course he can get in the gannies. Especially if you call him daddy. Then you know he's getting in the gannies. Cause if you call him daddy, you know he's getting in the gannies. Like Danny. That only makes sense for people who have watched Keeping Up with the Braxtons. I'm sorry.
Like, obviously, those things suck and are so annoying, but...
Okay, so let's play that again, and let's not pause, Andy, to have a moment of Carlocity. Okay? The Caldacity. Let's call it Caldacity. The Caudacity. We gotta get the CR in there somehow. Carldacity.
Distance, low commitment, casual girlfriend. Why?
I'm actually not sure.
Like, obviously, those things suck and are so annoying.
Okay, so I like this film because it helps us to be able to see ourselves, because now the film speaks to the experience of being women. We hate when these things happen. Isn't it so annoying when you have a committed partner that you're also emotionally distant from and don't really let in? How they want to spend time with you? Isn't it so annoying, girls?
Crazy.
Isn't it so annoying when a guy wants to impress you with his particular talent?
Isn't it so annoying when a woman wants to, like, have an opportunity to, like, gush over her new obsession with you, fellas? Just so weird, huh? That's so wild. Why would you ever care about her interests? She's a sandwich maker, not a taste maker. For those of you listening on the audio version, or have seen this from a clip chimp, that was a joke. Not even one I felt too strongly about.
But I think it's funny how we can all relate to it. With so many nuanced opinions of what feminism is and how it affects so many people, I feel like it can be a very divisive subject. So much.
Please tell us all about that feminism that you need to woman-explain to us.
So that girls might even turn against each other and forget about the actual issue at hand. But with
the men!
This movie, you realize that it's in the small things that brings us together, like having girls' night or laughing about the boys who give us the ick. We're not all that much.
The boys who give us the ick. Very interesting way to phrase it. Very interesting way to phrase it. Also, thank you for being one of those girlies. Thank you. Thank you for proving my call correct and proving that you were going to talk about shit about men who give you the ick. Oh, it's going to be so... Mama kissing good!
Much different regardless of where you lean on the feminist spectrum. I've also been hearing opinions...
There's a feminist spectrum?
Well, yes. It's like, imagine the black spectrum, but for the women.
I mean, when we're talking about black women, that's an entire zone of existence that only black women can tune into. It's like a radio frequency.
About how this movie is
I'm not joking. Grace can identify and prove me correct on that.
Formative because it lacks the exploration of deeper issues within intersectional feminism. And while I do think that it is valid, I mean, as a woman of color myself, it would be groundbreaking for a blockbuster movie to explore that. If anything, I think my only real critique about the movie is that I wish it was longer. I personally did not feel the...
What's that? You don't want Long Man Bad, but you do want Long Man Bad? Oh, bro, this is you're really breaking my mind with these concepts, girl. Holy shit. Oh my god.
length of this movie, so I think it could have benefited from a longer runtime so that they could touch on other things like maybe the mother-daughter dynamic of Gloria and Sasha.
You mean the story? The story. Because I'm not sure if people know this. The plot of the film isn't the things happening, or excuse me, the story of the film. Let me be correct. The story of a film are not the things happening in the film. It is the emotional journey you're supposed to be going on with the people. Barbie's emotional journey didn't exist until the film decided it existed. The emotional through line is connected through the mother and the daughter. And that's concluded by the end when they literally leave the daughter behind with the rest of the Barbies and Ken to go have a philosophical experience. It's wild that you didn't explain that to them. Is there any other things you don't want a Barbie explain to the audience about film? While your camera is literally so out of focus that it looks like there's something wrong with your face!
Oh my god! What's wrong with your face?
Like, one half of your face looks young, the other half of your face looks like an old woman being played by Yvette Spencer.
He's looking like a illusion.
But I don't think that...
I literally had to pause it and it goes away! It's bad! It's not encrypted!
We should completely disregard Barbie as a feminist movie, since the target of this movie are young girls. I don't think that we can expect preteens to be as vocal as Sasha was in the movie. You can't expect everyone who went to see this movie to also know the difference between first wave or second wave or intersectional feminism. You may think that it's an insult to call this movie Feminism 101, but that's exactly the title that it should own, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. My personal gateway into learning about feminism growing up was on Tumblr. You know, very...
Oh,
who made that call?
Honey.
Who made that call? Did you make that call, Grace? I made that call!
Oh, honey.
Oh, Pookie.
Oh,
Bubby.
Sweetie.
Sugar
You
pie, honey
poor-
bunch.
You know I love you.
Well, honey nut Cheerios. Oh, Raisin Bran. Oh, Cinnamon Toast Bestie. Ah! Oh.
girl power quotes vibes. But if I never had that introduction in the
Replay that. That's a very important frame that you just went by.
feminism growing up was on Tumblr. You know, very girl power quotes vibes. But
You make me have to fucking slow it down.
But if I never
Actually, this has been playing one time the entire time. I have to slow it down even further.
had that learning about feminism growing up was
Oh my god, it's even worse when she slowed down.
You know, very
Make it stop.
power quotes vibes.
So, you do understand that if you understand that's how feminism is sold to the girlies, and if that's reflected in the film, that's not good, right? Did you surf by that picture because it has a gun in it? You probably did.
Has to be a force multiplier, because, you know, can't say the G word.
But if I never had that introduction in the first place, then I would have never had that natural curiosity to learn more about feminist issues.
If I never engaged with feminists... Oh my god. If I never engaged in feminist as a subject, and if I never engaged with feminism at an age where I should have only been fan posting about my favorite cartoons and movies, then I would have never become a hardcore Bible-thumping feminist into my adult life. Ah! Ah! Ah!
That would sound very horrible with other, what's the word? Idealisms?
Idealisms isn't a word.
I know. You get what I mean, right?
I do.
Trying to remember what she said exactly so I could somehow piece together a version. But I'm taking up way too much time. Let's continue before I have an aneurysm.
It's a great thing that I'm built Tonka that I'm built Tonka tough.
And I would have never become friends with like-minded girls who challenged my thinking and who also cared about the same issues that I did. I took a gender studies class in uni, and it was required for everyone under the College of Liberal Arts to take it. And you could really tell the difference between how engaged students would be in the discussion based on how much knowledge they knew about feminism prior to taking the class, or lack thereof. A lot of them...
You needed to... Oh god. Here's a hot take, which is extremely fucking glacier cold. We need home economics and finance classes for free in high school. 9th to 12th level. Recommended class. Because you motherfuckers are taking classes you don't need because you like to take fun electives. And you're just fucking your entire life up.
I just want to say that this is like a feminist special, the combo of liberal arts college with a gender studies. It's
and
like
Tumblr.
if you're going to McDonald's, but instead the feminist version, and you get like this the feminist special. That's it. Instead of fries and Big Mac, you get gender studies and liberal arts college.
It physically causes me pain that I cannot be able to have. I wish I could not see. From the fucking cross top to the hair part. I should take back my comment earlier. Your hair is not a weave. It just looks bad because of how it's being backlit from the light from your windows. I just feel sorry for you. That's not funny. I do feel sorry for you. I feel sorry that you felt compelled to make content, not because you felt passionate about the subject matter, but because you wanted to make fun of the boys.
We're just not interested, and we're only there for the grade. And by the way, all the other colleges, like sciences, engineering, business, they did not have to take this class. So it was only the liberal arts people.
Gee, I wonder why!
I mean, if that's not the sign that you're in a bullshit chorus, I don't know what to tell you, fam.
And a few women from these other programs would always complain on our university forums about how they would be treated by the people in their college. And that's really because of the same culture that thinks that Feminism 101 isn't essential.
Feminism 101 is essential because...
Of course the guy with the neckbeard from ComSci doesn't think you belong here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
My eyes are rolling as a computer science major.
You know, there's this part of me, this little fool, who whenever he hears bullshit like this, there's part of him that's hopeful, thinking, surely, this has got to be a troll. Surely, this isn't for real. Even though my better judgment knows she's 100% honest about the way she feels, there's still this part of me that has hope.
The thing is, that guy, that neckbeard, so to speak, He will have future job opportunities. You, on the other hand...
At the very least, he'll leave college with the functional knowledge to be able to do business of his own with comm science. He can be able to go into syndication, broadcast, radio, possibly even go into syndication of these studios and businesses that you are praising for giving you complete slock that tells you what to do. He will be able to actually utilize what he learned in Feminism 101 by having the talking points written through the characters that he will help pen if he's decided to pivot into becoming a writer. Whereas you will only be able to have those opinions heard because people like Greta Gerwig have gotten a platform for themselves. And that has given them the ability to put those things there. I'm looking into your soul right now. Do you feel me, Barbie? Are you feeling me? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? You've hurt me. You hurt everybody here. What are you gonna do to fix it, huh?
Let's make one thing very
in all
clear.
seriousness-
She does not deserve to feel the car.
I don't like that you said it like that.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not really, but
okay. See, listen. I'm gonna spring the word this off, Graced.
Yes.
If I said this following sentence, you don't even deserve to feel the Carl. Would you not feel concerned?
I am. Especially if it came from you.
But without the humor. Just completely, you don't even deserve to feel the Carl. Just dejected. Passing by. Literally leaving the room as they grab their shit and hold it near their crotch. Would you not be deeply concerned? Because I'm concerned! I'm concerned!
I'd be laughing, actually.
You're concerned tomorrow. What the heck's going on?
You and me both be looking at him like, motherfucker, what did you mean by that?
Aqua said, only we deserve to feel the Carl.
we went from implied grape to orgy. How did you do that, Aqua? How did you do that? How did you do that? I'm scared. I'm literally scared. You're trying to find me. Put him on. You can't take me all alive. You transform me into mid-2000s Mike Epps and roll bounce. Oh, boy.
What this movie does is
Aqua.
begin the discussion
Don't do
for
that.
little girls to learn these things on their own.
Good, Aqua. Do that. It makes for better content.
During my second viewing of Barbie, I was sat next to a mother and her daughter, probably around 8 to 10 years old, that range. And as expected at that age, she was very talkative throughout the movie, and that's fine, right? Like, she's just a kid. We can't expect them to have the best attention span.
Pause. Did you not just say earlier in this video that children should be able to understand a film like this, and that children understand the film better? That means the adults have something wrong with you? Was that not a statement that you said with your fucking mouth? Mark off another point at the bingo.
I was about to say that.
So during the scene of Gloria's monologue, I could very much hear the little girl make comments like, her voice is cracking. Kind of annoying, sure.
I don't think you understand how funny the way you just said, her voice is cracking, is. If I don't have half a mind to mark that down for later, as he said as he navigates towards his window to mark it for a stream marker. And it works today! So I can rip that out in post. I'm an evil person. I'm an evil person, guys. Guys, I'm evil. I'm evil and you fund me. What's wrong with you?
He's evil for extra credit.
but what she said next kind of made up for it. I think the mom was tearing up at the scene because the girl eventually asked her mother, "Why are you crying? Are you sad?" And while that girl might not have understood the gravity of Gloria's words in that scene, she surely understood what her mom was feeling at that moment. And I can only hope that it
'cause she's a
opened the
kid.
opportunity for them to discuss why that scene meant so much to her. So
Later that day, inside
No.
of Anand's household, "Mommy, why were you crying? Oh, little Ananita." That's Anon. My mouth tried to say Anonanita, but it said Ananita. It's just so hard. Mommy, did the film make you feel bad? No, Ananita.
Exactly.
It's just so hard being a woman. Mommy, I don't want to be a woman if it just makes me cry like that.
So yes,
Soft a
Barbie
bit.
should not be regarded as the feminist film, but it definitely has a place as an essential watch to get into feminist cinema.
Pause. It might not be the essential feminist film, but it is a feminist film. Stop beating around the bush and say the quote, please. Thank you.
Like, you can't expect a 12-year-old girl to watch a movie like Cleo from 9 to 5 and expect her to understand the nuances and social politics of being a grown woman.
Because she's not a grown woman! Because she's not a grown woman. And if she was to understand that at that age, I would say, ma'am, your daughter's a hoe. She needs to go to health therapy. I'm sorry. If I was a therapist, I would not beat around the bush. Your daughter's a hoe. She's too fast. She needs to slow the fuck down. She can either slow the fuck down now, or Jerome's gonna make her slow the fuck down when you start noticing her belly gets a little bit bigger. And not because she had an extra 3 plates of dinner.
Carl.
Oh God, no.
Yes, Grace.
She's 12.
Listen to me. Listen to me. There are children.
Carl.
Listen to me. There are children that were at. Listen to me. Children were at defects applying for food stamps with a baby in the arm and another on the way. Listen to me. I have seen things.
Why?
I don't know why.
Call me Tanya Harding, because I'm just shouting, why? Why? Dang it, Carl.
I don't know why they were there. I don't know how they got access to it, but I do know they needed somebody to get their hand on it because their favorite flavor of ice cream was dick.
Lastly, I want to talk about how bold of a statement this movie has made in such a dire time in the entertainment industry.
Is it gonna be bolder than you are gonna appear when you cut into frame because your camera keeps going out of focus? With your lazy eye having ass.
In case you're not aware, the Screen Actors Guild and the Writers Union of Hollywood have gone on strike to demand for proper compensation. And this
more money
affects the around 80% of the union workers who rely on paycheck to paycheck to live.
The no-name people who don't have the ability to afford agents?
Obviously, A-list celebrities are not that affected by this.
They're not affected at all. They can't work right now, but they already have residuals and plenty of shit. They're not affected at all. Literally, Octavia Spencer would be more likely to be secure than somebody like Billy Porter. Because Billy Porter's suffering. Billy Porter had to sell a house. You think Octavia... You think Octavia Spencer had to sell a house?
Because I was about to brought Billy Porter up. Wasn't his house worth $2 million or something?
Listen. When you live in Hollywood and you make Hollywood money, being gay is expensive.
I forgot about that part.
You're not just gay, you're Hollywood gay.
You're Hollywood gay.
You gotta show up with your rent-a-boyfriend, and he's gotta look better than all the other rent-a-gay boyfriends, which means he's gotta look shinier in the light with the oil hitting off of his scalp just right, which means you gotta spend time oiling his scalp yourself. You're braiding his hair into the unique and diverse over-dread style that they have seemed to decide to use for black males to be a stand-in for being sassy, rather than just black and full of outrageous attitude with the swagger of a black teenager. It's a lot of effort, you know, okay? Not everybody can be Montero. They don't have the ability to exude confidence and rock hard abs because they get pounded on a regular.
Oh, don't forget the golden armor, Lil Nas.
I mean, I'm not even gonna say, I'm not gonna address him as a celebrity. I mean, like, deadass, him wearing a Las Vegas Pharaoh outfit, like he's Ving Rhames in fucking Martian's Attack. I gotta tell you, bro, his physique is not bad. But if I was to tell you the reason they all have washboard abs is because they are getting their insides washboarded. I think it would hit differently for you, know? The secret to having a beach body is getting bodied by bodies at the beaches. I don't think that is the alliteration you want when you look into Gold's Gym, you know? You look at the Gold's Gym, they got a new special coupon from the Femboy package. Have a body like Montero's. Get bodied like Montero. Only $8.99 in the chat and a mouthful of cum. I don't think. Or maybe you should. There are more femboys out here than you might imagine. Carl, why are you such a monster? Because my mother never hugged me correctly. She always gave me those fucking underarm hugs. It's what you know what I'm talking about. Mommy, what does Carl mean by Mommy, what does Carl mean by underarm hug? If you've ever heard a man say, "Hey, yo, where my hug at?"
Fish first, Houston, we have landed.
Okay, but seriously, for those of you in the audience who are like, Carl, what the fuck are you talking about? And I gotta go white screen for this. Okay. I'm gonna use Tyrone as a stand-in. Tyrone has my consent. I have to put my legs over and across the bar for this to make sure I have this correct. Hold on. Okay. It always feels like I'm mounting a fucking stirrup. Right. If a girl, when giving you a hug, doesn't give you an underarm, okay? So imagine these nubs of the chair are Tyrone's arms, right? Full face, underarm. See how my hands rubbing it back? Yeah, we like them underarm hugs, bruh. We like them underarm hugs. If she ever gave you that overarm hug, like this, she don't like you like that. She don't like you like that, okay? She don't like you like that. Like fucking overarm hugs. This shit right here, bro. This shit right here. She fucking hates you. She don't want to touch you. Might be like, "Hey, yo, friend, what's good?" Compared to, "Oh my god, I haven't seen you in years. Oh my god, how are you?" That's what I'm talking about.
I see.
For those of you watching the audio portion of this stream, you don't know what that looked like, but you know what it sounded like.
I saw it. I had to come in to the stream and see it.
Now, I'm going to get the woman's opinion in the audience here, okay? Grace. Grace.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Has there ever been a time where you've given somebody an overarm hug?
Oh yeah, multiple.
And when you give them the underarm hug, does it not feel more loving? More intimate?
Mm.
You don't give the underarm hug to everybody, do you?
Oh no. No.
No, you don't.
No.
If you had to give the underdog hug to a man, you're not just gonna give it to any random man unless he looks like he's about to fall apart, are you?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to give off the wrong connotation, like you pull away from that hug and all of a sudden he looking you in the eyes with that dead fish stare. Mommy, I don't know what Carl's talking about. What does he mean, the dead fish stare, fellas? Have you ever looked at yourself when your girlfriend is standing there and you're just looking at her and you going for it? Have you ever told them, whenever you see me do that, take a picture of my face? That's the dead fish. That's the dead fish stare. It looks like this. Just hovering closer. It's like your Jamiroquai coming from across the room. Dum 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 dum. And then you get halfway here, and then your lips start pursing. Oh, actually, no. Let me do it. It's more appropriately. More appropriately, it's gonna be like your hand reaches behind their face, and you cup it. You just start getting closer. You start getting closer. You start getting closer. Ah! Oh! Oh! Fuck. Oh, okay. Okay. We're wilding too much. We're almost done.
But
My man's
the
wild.
vast majority of these workers that you may not see or not be familiar with, they don't get paid a living wage, especially...
Correct. Which means, in the places where unions would be necessary, it's so that everybody can actually have the ability to argue, because a A-list, S-list actor, S-list in this does not mean bad. S-list means they're literally top billing of the list. Kind of like all the people who probably would have been in running for this with the exception of Simulu. If you're an S-list actor, who, when people fan cast shit, you're the fucking person they go to, they have the ability to outlive the strikes. Everybody else, like Adam Conover, doesn't. And Adam Conover's not suffering. He can still make money. He just doesn't know how to do it without access to Hollywood.
If they're not able to get consistent projects. And these big production studios would much rather invest in artificial intelligence to write their stories, which really takes away the very thing that makes this art form so special. But there's a moment in the last big scene of Barbie that really drives the point across. Humans only have one ending, but ideas are forever. And Barbie says something like, I don't want to be the thing that's made, I want to be the one that...
One second. My delivery has finally arrived. Bye, Mother. Yes, we do. You didn't tell me what you wanted for food.
Why do you need coconut milk for chicken?
What?
Okay.
That didn't answer my question, Mother. Okay, you just said coconut milk, not coleslaw. I'm not having another example of this conversation from earlier. You can tell me what the coconut milk is for later. Yes! Anyways.
Makes the thing. Being a cog in the machine can only do so much with productivity or whatever, but when you take away the humanity from creating art, you lose that connection with the audience. Can we?
Then why do you guys keep doing it all the time with content?
Also talk about that
Oh
montage.
shit! Right, I remember about the SAG-AFTRA strike. So recently they were trying to have a vote on whether or not the gaming voice actors should have a strike. Well, the vote is up, and they all unanimously agreed. So now it's up to voice actors if they're gonna strike or not.
I mean, why would they? They don't suffer the way that Hollywood on-screen actors would. Not only would they not suffer, they have no reason to strike with them. Because if they want to claim, well, actually, we should all be striking, then it means that it was always about trying to have control of the business top-down instead of actually wanting for creativity. Because if all the people that you would want to have as talent in your projects are all SAG-AFTRA drafted people, then it means you can never get any person except people who are talent. And when you have the kind of rhetoric as Adam Conover, when you say, hey, you can't do this because you're scabbing, then literally any person who's not with the industry is scabbing, including the talent that has yet to be developed, because they're learning, and they're learning the same way people like myself would be learning. Like, you can't convince them to join you, because every single time you talk about them, you demonstrate that it's not about the movement or the art, it's about get Adam Conover more money. I'm sorry to tell you, I will scab the fuck out of you if that means that you're going to stop me from being able to make my bag, because you don't like that you're not getting more money for writing dog shit. How about write a better fucking script, make a better game, voice a better character, become a better person deserving of the merit, etc., etc. Anyways.
Billie Eilish song that makes me cry every single time.
When did enough? I've heard just about enough of that.
The fact that every single clip was
no comment. I resist the urge to make a comment. I don't want to make a comment. I will get banned. Y'all know why I would get banned? I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. Imagine what I would say. Laugh at that. I'm not gonna say it. Okay? Okay. Glad we established that.
Was from someone in the cast and crew made that moment all the more special. Like, these are the faces and the lives of the people who made this movie. And it's their experiences that allowed them to make something so meaningful to everyone. And I don't see any other filmmaker making that statement.
And I think for me, with something like Barbie...
Have you tried looking for them?
It's such a behemoth of an international brand and icon, and it can be something...
Nobody was talking about Barbie until this film was being announced and then being presented. I can promise you that right the fuck now, Greta.
Something that feels so kind of impersonal, that it was a way to be like, this is only ever made by human beings.
Mm-hmm.
The movies, dolls, human beings make them. And I've honestly always wanted to credit a movie. There's a, you say written by, directed by, and then there's a credit where you can say a film by.
Yeah.
Which is a director's credit. But I've always actually wanted to do a film by and then have a card with every single person who worked on the film, because I feel like what I love about movies is it's a collective art form.
So I guess that's about it for this video. If you already saw the movie, I would love to hear what you thought about it. Let me know in the comments below if you agree or if you thought I missed out on anything. And don't forget to leave a like if you enjoyed it as well. You are also more than welcome to subscribe. I have a lot of interesting video ideas in the works. Again, my name is Lichelle, and this Barbie is signing out.
Shut up. And never sign back in again.
That is painful. I'm in pain. We're in pain. We're all in pain. However, my food, well, not food. It's mostly dessert and drinks. But my food has arrived. I'm Carl, and this Ken loves to talk shit, and will be leaving soon. However, before we do, final thoughts. How do we feel?
I wasn't around for most of it, but I will say this. The Barbie movie wasn't good, and this lady's takes on it were not good either. That is all.
After watching this video, I feel like Tumblr was a mistake that keeps showing its ugly face every now and again, years after its demise.
Graced?
Just a Tumblrina who is just idolizing a film about a fucking doll, saying it's meaningful.
True. Ah, well, chat room.
Enough said.
If there's anything I can say, just remember, you are Karloff.
Oh, that was
terrible. That means a lot.
Not only are you Knuff, you're Karloff. You're a Karloff viewer to watch this channel. You made the correct. You made the correct choice. Now, Carl will be signing off. But before he signs off, make sure you remember to support your Negro today, or you don't like black people, by leaving a humble donation at YouTube, TikTok. We are on TikTok, regrettably, but we are there. TikTok, Twitch, Subscribestar, and Ko-fi.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Those of you on the YouTube screen, it is already embedded and pinned in the comments. Give a little, give a lot. Give anything you want. Give me yourself, give me your soul. But I will be giving you my regards. Let me out, Jethro! Sponsors for SinglePlayerCarl and Radio Coon are BBC Migraine Powder, Shibatobi's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, Cringe On Demand, Blockbuster Entertainment,
I'm waving like a fucking moron as if people could
Smart
see.
Negro brand Colonized the Sheets dating app, Immemorial Malt Liquor, and PointDexter.com, and the generous donations and watch times from viewers and haters like you. Thank you! And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl.
Oh, that was
Make sure to support your Nicktree today, or you hate black people. Now, before we sign off completely, let me see if she'll pick up this time. She might still be deep in editing. I don't know if she is or not. We're gonna find out.
Ooh, soccer?
Good luck.
No. Jay.
Oh.
She's not there. I will type the question to her, and we'll see what happens. I'm gonna type the question to her, and if she gives me an opinion, we'll see what happens. Anyways, goodbye, everybody! I'm gonna go make dinner now. Like a real Ken would. All those helpful Kens that take care of their helpful Barbie mothers. Yeah, yeah.